this digital platform. And we are going to start with our first technical session. And the first technical session will be on media corporates, ethics, and social justice, which will highlight on journalism as a practice with set of goals for attaining social justice in the presence of the hegemonic media corporate houses as we see today, and with the rise of social media in the present globalized world. An important goal of this session will be the analysis of the shaping and what we can say the re-engineering of journalism education in the era of neoliberalism and the ideologies that are sweeping the entire globe today, and so also India. And we'll try to, in this analysis, we will see how we can balance the hegemony, corporate hegemony with social justice and media ethics, as my Vice Chancellor told, that media ethics always start from when we go for social justice, and unless and until we have a disciplined media, we cannot have ethics and give justice to the society. And we should look at how to transform journalism profession from a commodification to a real service sector. And with this, I wind up. I want that our erudite scholars will enlighten us. And in this context, I will first invite Professor Maitri, Dr. Maitri Chowdhury to the platform. And we are really eager to listen to you, madam. And because you are a scholar who has done extensive work on media sociology, so we will listen to you. So over to Maitri, madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Roth, I need to do a presentation of the slides. So can I present?
Yes, you can share, madam.
Yeah. Can you see this? Can you see the...
Madam, it will be coming.
Okay, it'll take a little time. Fine. Yeah.
Madam, if there will be a trouble from your side, you can just mail it to Tanaya.
Okay.
No, madam, it is visible now. It is visible
great.
now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. And you can hear me, I'm audible also, right?
Perfectly, madam. No issue.
Okay, thank you very, very much. I am...
Ma'am, you are very much audible.
Yeah. So I am absolutely delighted to be here, and I want to thank the university, the Vice Chancellor, and the entire Department of Sociology of Utkal University for giving me this opportunity. I think this is an incredibly important moment that the World Journalism Education Council, which is supported by UNESCO, and is collaborating with the Department of Sociology, Utkal University, on quality journalism education in Eastern India, media ethics, and social justice. These kind of collaboration in the contemporary world where there is so much fragmentation, so much misperception and prejudices are very, very important. It's also very important because and that's where I will be entering the discussion, is I see a kind of and journalism, a commonality between knowledge production by sociologists and knowledge production by journalists. My concern today is that there has been a certain disruption or a disjuncture between one, the media studies, education for media studies, and the social sciences, and second, a disjunction within social sciences itself, where there is a great tendency for us to be relevant. It is a good thing to be relevant, but the pressure is to be relevant according to the diktats of the pressures that are there, the powers that are there. And the idea of the social sciences, of media, of any kind of critical perspective is to then we can make out whether something is a fake news or not a fake news. We can make out the distinction between evidence-based, protocol-formed news and something which is just a kind of buzzword, which could be an advertisement rhetoric. We are able to distinguish between editorials and advertorials without having to have a red line saying that this is sponsored. We need critical thinking. How do we do it? We need knowledge for critical thinking. We need knowledge of history, the social sciences, politics. We need a comparative perspective. We need to know what happened in America, where there was a shift toward the tabloid strands in the early 20s, 30s, 40s. What happened there? Then we can make sense of what's happening here. That is the market censorship. We learn to identify that. We also learn to identify state censorship. State censorship, say, for example, during the emergency, was easy to identify. You had a blank page, news was eliminated. That's state censorship. Market censorship is more tricky. Market censorship is tricky because they will eliminate, without you realizing, certain images have disappeared from the pages and certain other images have replaced. How do we do that? Critical thinking. How is critical thinking possible? Not by thinking a lot, but by building up a social science knowledge. That will help us to examine life, encounter difference, not have stereotypes, prejudiced ideas. Realize that, yes, I may be a majority person here in my country. Somewhere else, I could be minority. An ability to think like the other things. A very anthropological vision. How does it feel to be different? How does it feel to be similar? Free exchange of ideas. These are the four things: critical thinking, examination of life, encounter with difference, free exchange of ideas. All are victims of neoliberalism. A liberally educated person should be capable of principled judgment. They should know what is the origin, context, implication of any area of study, rather than looking exclusively at its application. Say, take gender. Yes, it's very important to have pepper spray. It's a tool which will help you. But it's also important to understand, why does gender oppression take place? Why is there sexism in society? What are the structures in our society which impinge and make it very difficult to have a gender just society? Why does gender become also a source of titillation? So the vision of a liberal education is to have cognitive skill, ability to think critically, distinguish between valid and invalid inferences, from some familiarity with the sciences, some knowledge of human achievements, philosophical and religious concepts. So I, in fact, gave in my written paper, some ideas about the people who are in journalism or media in our modern India during the colonial period. Many of them were freedom fighters. Many of them were lawyers. In fact, when I was growing up, we didn't have journalism schools. So people who were just generally interested, may have dabbled in various kinds of ideas, may have had political, activism, may have been a trade unionist, maybe just a novelist who actually entered journalism. Very different from a kind of journalism school where a great emphasis is given on skills, skill acquisition, which is very, very important. But skill acquisition without a critical perspective is going to be not a very good idea. It will lead to the kind of errors which we see very often in the media today, where the idea of objectivity and neutrality is reduced to the idea that you have A person saying one kind of position and B person saying another kind of position. That is not objectivity. Objectivity means a knowledge which can be validated and which has been discovered through valid inferences and procedures. It is not a question of having a fair debate by having different kinds of people coming with different positions. One may be defending authoritarianism, one defending democracy, one defending A individual, one defending B individual. In fact, we're also having a trend in our country towards an individualized, what we call in the social sciences, methodological individualism. We want to say A is responsible for all the ills of society. B is responsible for all the ills of society, and C should redeem us. That's bad social sciences. Social sciences talks about patterns, social institutions, and actions of human beings. We therefore have to be very careful about what the logic of neoliberal discourse is and what is the link between what we call a management discourse. There's a very interesting book by Boltanski where he talks about the management discourse as the new spirit of capitalism, somewhere evoking Weber's Protestant ethic and the rise of capitalism, that today we have a whole set of representations and conceptual schemas which we as researchers and academics and journalists also use. It's everywhere. It's simultaneously diffuse and general. Just the other day, I was giving a talk and I've written on this. The buzzword, for example, the new normal and the old normal. We don't then say, what was the old normal? And they say the COVID would lead to a new normal. So you have different kinds of weddings, different kind of management of maybe restaurants. That's management procedures, not an understanding that actually the old normal, which was a very deeply unequal world and unequal society, has got aggravated during the COVID. So the old normal has got aggravated, more inequalities, more racism, more casteism, more violence at home. Literature across the world have shown there was more domestic violence during the pandemic, and therefore the buzzword home is safe, stay home needs a little rethinking. Just like the buzzword of social distancing needed some rethinking, that what does it mean in a deeply racist or a casteist society? We need to move away from recipe knowledge, practical recipe knowledge, and we need to understand that we as women and men can't be reduced to certain kind of management recipes. How does it mean to be empowered? What are the buzzwords for gender empowerment? We need to start thinking more seriously about the whole questions about how and what we ought to do. I'm going to stop over here. I hope I haven't taken too much time, and I would like very, very much to thank every one of you again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, madam. It was a very, very nice deliberation, and it was actually sticking to our time stipulation. But within the short period of time, you have actually told us about the evolution of journalism and sensitized us about the transformation it is going through, and how social science knowledge base will be the foundation for ethical journalism that will cater to social justice. That was really, really mind-blowing in character, and thank you, madam. And now we will go to our second speaker of this technical session. He is no other than Professor Basant Kumar Mallick, who will be enlightening us about social justice and the role of media. Now I would request Professor Basant Kumar Mallick to start his deliberations. Over to sir. Over to Professor Mallick.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Navarita Ratho, and all my esteemed participants. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Tanaya, who has nicely organized this roundtable on quality journalism, education in Eastern India, media ethics and social justice. I am not a scholar of these subjects. Particularly, I am not an expert on media as Madam Maitreyi Chaudhary, as so deeply and inquisitively she has discussed. Her talk is highly academic. We appreciate, but my observation would be very much a general observation, because I am not an expert on either of media nor of social justice. As I observe from the society, I do like to say something of the social justice in India, why the concept social justice has been developed. Social justice, because there is a social injustice since very early days in Indian society. So the idea of social justice was developed and it was placed in the preamble of our constitution, that justice, social, economic, political. So these are very gradually it has become an academic subject to be discussed in the university, by college circle, and also in the public debates. So we have to find out that what are those social justice, how is it implemented in our society. Madam said that critical thinking and free expression of ideas. I believe in these two important concepts of research. I make critical thinking. I also believe in the free expression of ideas. I do also make free expression of ideas. Wherever there is possibility, I speak out. Here, there is structural inequality, of course. Madam has very academically has pointed out. Structural inequality. 3 points I do like to concentrate, that is a caste, class, and a gender. Caste, all of us, we are born and brought up in the caste society. Not only caste, there is also untouchability. Untouchability prevails in the every part of Indian society, Indian villages. If you go to villages, how the people are suffering from untouchability, even in the government schools. Not that in the traditional society, the people were not allowed to enter into the temples. Although the children are allowed to go to schools, still then they do not get opportunity at the time of a puja ceremony, etc. They are separately treated. They are not allowed to give their own prasad basket to Goddess Saraswati or Lord Ganesh. This is the practice also in different villages of Odisha. We say that of a caste society is changing. People make advancement of their ideas. There is no caste system. There was no caste system, and British created a caste system. In fact, it is not the fact. Fact is that caste is the inherent structure of our Indian society. Caste produced the closed society. We are having no free society. Unless the society is free, then the people cannot live freely. They cannot have free exercise of their occupations. Because of a caste, all people are suffering from it. Because hardly they raise voice, although those who speak against it, and they also practice caste system. Untouchability is practiced more in coastal villages of Odisha than other parts of Odisha. Although it is, we have seen the examples of Khap Panchayat, honor killings in different parts of India, particularly in the north, UP, even honor killing is in the south also. So this is very important part of our understanding of a caste system, untouchability, and now we can come to caste and a class system. Caste is very important thing. Class. We can, if people thought that it is better to live in the class society. Class is, today I am poor, tomorrow I can be rich. And when we are rich, then there would be no problem of people to live happily, to go anywhere, travel anywhere. But in the caste society, caste does not go in spite of any achievement by one individual. Even someone becomes president of India, he is considered as the first Dalit president of India, second Dalit president of India. So caste is very much there, and this media also makes a lakhs of prints that are first Dalit president of India. Are we calling the Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru first Brahmin Prime Minister of India? No. But why Dr. K.R. Narayan would be called first Dalit president? So these are very important questions. In spite of all these things, caste has gone from our hand, but it is in the mind. That is my very much, it is the observed in the different parts of society and also in the urban center as well as the rural center. In rural there is a practice, and in urban there is a feeling. So as we say class, the class inequality in it was this on to recently we celebrated 26th November as the Constitution Day. On that day, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar presented the draft constitution, and that was his last speech in the Constituent Assembly. The speech what he delivered on 26th January, we are entering into life of contradictions. 26th January 1950. In the social plane, we have inequality. In the politics, we have equality. But in the social and economic life, we have inequality. How long will this inequality will continue? So long this inequality will be continuing, the people, those who are suffering from inequality, they will blow up the structure of political democracy, what this assembly has so laboriously built up. This speech was discussed in the House of Commons in 2011, and the MPs discussed it, and they concluded that what Ambedkar said in the 20th century, that is very much applicable to the 21st century Europe. So when this was discussed all over the world, that means not Ambedkar but inequality, question of inequality. Because of globalization, the inequality has been enhanced with have and have-nots that has been developed, and a rich and a poor, the wider gap has been developed. So that is these are this class, poverty, hunger, which is very much pertinent to be the matter of discussion when we come to see the poverty and the class. Here we see few days back, the thanks to media, it published the how people used the mango kernel, how used to eat, and how newborn babies were sold out because of poverty. So these things has to be considered in the academic circle, in the activist movement, also in the parliament, so that society should move with a new dynamic. How this class could be removed. Class is a great demon that has engrossed the whole world, not only in India, but also whole world. It is remarked. As it is said that gender inequality, that is the matter of social justice. Gender inequality, it is a matter of every family, every society. But remarkable changes have developed, but still then in the rural structure, the society is very much slow moving. There is domestic violence, there is suppression, oppression of women. They are not given proper education. So many things. The torturous life is also maintained in our society. The girls are looked down upon. Boys are given more importance. Of course, in a very elite class, some changes are taking place. But in the rural mass, the earlier traditional thoughts are rampant. So here, we have to pay more attention to these issues for maintenance of social justice. Coming to the education and technology, the COVID-19 situation particularly compelled the people to have more dependence on technology. We find that there is a digital divide. The poor people, they do not have, poor students, they do not have laptop, they do not have mobile phone. Even this media house has also published how the children, they are working as laborers for purchasing a mobile set. So that is the class, that is the poverty, that is the inequality. And it is, we are concerned with the society, the education of the people, how this society would move forward. People are suffering from gross inequality. Even displacement, that is a matter of social justice, injustice. Recently, it was also published. The people, those who are displaced during the time of building Hirakuda Dam, they have not been compensated. So how long it will take for the government to give compensation to the displaced people? Another thing, that is the death of scavengers out of suffocation. Is it not a matter of just society to think it? Why the people are treated like this, that they would be used for mere wages, giving mere wages, so that they could lose their life because of a suffocation. In Delhi it is happening, Bombay it is happening, and in many metropolitan cities it is happening. Is it the nature of a civilized society to tolerate it when they are given compensation? Or can compensation be given for a human life? And a human life is so cheap in India. Caste atrocities in different parts of India, it is ongoing. In Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Haryana, so many cases that has also come thanks to media, by which we have got it from media. So media should be more rigorous. Because of media was active, the news of the death of a black man by a white soldier that came out. Black Lives Matters. News was circulated. Articles were published. Similarly, Dalit life also matters. In the social science or in the media, we have to find out that what is the life of a Dalits. In Rajasthan, when a young boy has pasted the photograph of Ambedkar in the village, he was killed. A Dalit man who was riding a horse, he was killed. He did the job of the civilized society in India. So how it could be social justice could be maintained? How we can develop the awareness among the people? It is the responsibility of our media, journalism, to awaken the people, to develop the idea of tolerance, humanism, so that the society could be a just society. How long we can have this unjust, unequal, and a discriminative society? When we are discussing the another issues, so many issues are there: child labor, child marriage. Just another thing that is, I will be concluding with my remark. Our Honorable Chief Justice of India, Mr. N.V. Raman, he sometimes gives very important statements of a social concern. Thanks to him, that he recently in a meeting, he said that the wider gap between have and have-nots, that is, government should take care of reducing the gap. As regards to the women judges, he was worried that how less number of women judges are in the Supreme Court. So I can point out that how lowest number of Dalit judges in courts of India, not Supreme Court. What is the function of a judiciary? What is the, because we are getting justice from judiciary system. So when the Chief Justice speaks out like this, so it can be applicable for to think about it by government, by society, by academic circle. All we have to pay attention of it. Another very important thing that I also think that in the present situation, and when this pandemic is continuing with the new phases day by day, it is also a matter of social justice, that when all are affected, it should be the role of our responsibility, role and responsibility of government and all elitist section to revitalize the health and education system of the nation, so that the society could be saved, people could be happy, and justice could be maintained. I am thankful that all we have to find out the new ways of our responsibility. All we are discussing about the responsibility of our government, responsibility of our media houses, and also we should fix the responsibility of a society by which the people should pay more attention of society and think of others. That is very much important. Thank you all for associating me with this interesting topic. Whatever I felt, I have opened my mind with a thought that came, because I am not a serious scholar of all these things. Whatever comes to my mind, I observe, that I speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have actually given us a very, very elaborate picture of the social injustice that is embedded in India, and you have sensitized the entire audience about the role of media houses to curb this injustice. And that is a very good scenario for which we know that what are the dimensions of injustice and what are our responsibilities, or what is the responsibility of media to fight against such injustice. Thank you once again. And now I will request Professor Mrinal Chatterjee, because we are having our...
Madam, should we release the book?
Sir, actually in the first session, the Vice Chancellor had released it. So when you can release it once again and can show it also, sir. I will give you some... Sir,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We are also showing from this side. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to Tanaya. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now I will invite upon Professor Mrinal Chatterjee, who will be talking to us about quality journalism education and media ethics, because how to ingrain media ethics in our journalism education. And as Professor Chatterjee is a very well-known figure in the journalism education, so we are waiting, sir, to hear from you. Thank you, and over to Professor Chatterjee.
Thank you. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Ma'am, first tell me how much time do I have?
Sir, 20 minutes or 25 minutes you can talk.
20-25 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have a small presentation, but let me thank Utkal University for having given me this opportunity to speak on a very relevant and timely subject. Everybody and their uncle and auntie these days are bashing media. Media is unethical, media is doing this, media is doing that, right? So let me as a former journalist myself, let me play partly the role of the devil's advocate and partly a teacher. Media corporate, what do we mean by media corporate, and what is the scale that we are talking about, right? In terms of purely money, what's the scale that we are talking about? The second thing that we will be discussing about ethics. And since media is also a business, business also has some kind of ethics. Profit is the main motive, main objective that we all know. Without that, probably the business will cease to exist. So in order to survive, they have to earn profit. And in order to earn profit, they have to look for ways to earn more profit. But caveat is that way has to be ethical, right? So business has some kind of ethics, and media business doubly so, because media's soul has some ethical underpinning. Without that, this profession of journalism will cease to exist. That's the uniqueness of media business. It's not like selling soap. It's not like selling cosmetics, right? Ethical underpinning is the soul. So with that, I have a small presentation. Let me share it. No, I guess there's some problem. Just a minute. Can you please play that PPT?
Sir, can you just mail it?
I have already done that to Tanaya.
Yeah.
Tanaya, just
Yes, yes.
have that on screen, please. Now, let me begin with some working definitions quickly. One is media corporate. What do we mean by media corporate? There could be three different sides of this. One is media business houses working like corporates, right? Tanya, can you go quickly to the next slide and the next?
Within a minute, says, yeah, it has come up. It has come up, sir.
The second is, well, concentration of media ownership, right? This is happening globally. At present, we have 100,000 newspapers as per RNI figure, over 900 plus television channels, over 250, close to 300 private radio stations. I'm not factoring in AIR stations because they are government owned, right? So it's a huge ecosphere. But you look at the money aspect, you will find gradually, the ownership is concentrating in the hands of certain companies, right? That's what we mean by corporatization of media. And also media conglomerate. That's one company owning many media outlets. So for example, Bennett Coleman and Company, which publishes Times of India, it also owns Radio Mirchi. It also owns several other Times Now television channel and several other media companies. This trend is also growing. Now, next please. Let me give you a scale. How big is the media business? What are we talking about? What are we looking at? The Fiki Ernst Young report 2021 says that this industry, media and entertainment industry, it's not just media as in case we look at only journalism, right? In common parlance, media does mean only news media, but in terms of business, it also means other media as well. The media and entertainment, M&E, this sector is estimated to reach, probably it has reached by end 2021, 1.73 trillion Indian rupee. That precisely means that about 23.29 billion US dollar. That's the industry we are talking about. And it's growing. And it's growing. And it's growing probably 3 times the economy, Indian economy is growing. The CAGR of 17% between 2020 and 2023. That's the projection. So it will grow by 2023. It will grow to 2.23 trillion trillion Indian rupee. That is the size we are talking about. Next, please. If we are talking about the sector-wise, television would account for 40% of the Indian media market in 2024, followed closely by print media, 13%. Print media is slightly sliding down over the years, in recent years. Digital advertising, another area which is growing very fast, 12%. Cinema, 9%. And OTT and gaming industry, that there is another industry which is growing very fast, that's gaming industry and OTT. All of you should know about OTT. This is the latest in the media ecosphere, which is growing very fast. It's not the new, but it's growing recently very fast, thanks to some other management techniques, which probably we will talk about later. So this is the picture of media industry. Now let me talk about ethics. And when we talk about ethics, we must also slightly touch upon morality. Morality, the word coined from moralitas, which means manner, character, proper behavior, is the differentiation of intentions, decisions, actions between those that are good or right and those that are bad, right? So that, in short, is morality. Now, what's ethics then? and it's very close to morality, but ethics are the moral principles that govern a person's behavior. The term, again, is derived from the Greek word ethos, which means custom, habit, character, disposition. Ethics is concerned with what is good for individuals and society, and is also described as moral philosophy. To know what is good and what's not good individually as well as at the societal level. That's ethics. Ethics is also considered as science of morale, that branch of philosophy which is concerned with human character and conduct, a system of morals, rules of behavior, a treatise on morals. Now, law partially defines the conductor, right? But legal and ethical are not essentially the same. Anything that is legal is backed by law. If you do not abide by that, there are set norms in which you can be penalized or rewarded, right? Ethics, something to do with individual on its own, right? Apartheid, consider this. Apartheid was legal. Holocaust was legal. Slavery was legal. Colonialism was legal. At one point of time, probably Satida, if not legal, was sanctioned by society, right? So legality, somebody said, is matter of power. It's not justice. Ethics has to do with justice. Ethics has to do with what is humane and what's not, right? Now, I have another picture of apartheid time. Can Tanaya go to the next slide, please? This is one picture from apartheid time, which was recently removed. It was removed only in 50s, right? Look at the slavery, the slave system. It was abolished only in early 20th century, even in US. So ethical and legal, there could be two different things. With that, let me proceed further. What are values? Which again is very close to ethics. Values are individual beliefs that motivate people to act one way or another. They serve as a guide for human behavior, right? But values may have a cultural context, right? May have a cultural context. A particular culture may consider some act as okay or probably as desirable, right? So values can differ depending on value system. So values vary. So whether values are sacred, have intrinsic worth, or are a means to an end, it varies among individuals and across cultures and time. However, values are universally recognized as a driving force in ethical decision making. But ethics and values are not the same thing. It's not the synonym. Now let me talk about social justice. Tanaya, can you move on, please? Social justice is a concept holding that all people should have equal access to wealth, health, well-being, privileges, and opportunity, right? Again, equality and social justice, there too can also differ, right? If you say distribute some money equally to all sections of the society, that may or may not be social justice, because in the society there could be layers, right? So social justice is looking at something at a different level, deeper probably level. Having explained what do we mean by ethics, just social justice, this and that, let me come to the business part, right? What, pray, is the objective of business? This was asked to a top businessman. He says, well, our only objective is to earn profit. Right? But earn profit at what cost? There comes the ethical part, right? And in media business, there is some element of social justice, some element of morality, some element of the sense of service, some element of the urge to develop the society, right? Has to be there, is there. Right? Now, what is profit? Profit, to explain in layman term, is financial gain, especially the difference between amount earned and the amount spent in doing that business, right? Now, if we consider profit and ethics, there are two schools of thoughts. One school has this opinion that ethics and profit are mutually exclusive, right? If a company is ethical, it may not be profitable, or it cannot be profitable. है ना? दया धर्म करोगे तो धंधा कैसे चलेगा? Stuff like that. That's the thinking. It's a common belief that a profitable company must necessarily be unethical in some or the other way. If a company is profitable, then the common perception is they are doing some sort of unethical thing. Right? Consider 70s films. Anybody rich is suspect because he must be doing something unethical, right? That kind of mindset. The second school of thought is ethics are prerequisites for a business to be profitable in a longer run. If you want to be a long-term player, if you want to be in that business for a long time, then you better be ethical. Otherwise, the business will wind up. So for survival of the business, there has to be some element of ethics. That's another school of thought. And with that thought has built one area of ethics, which we usually call business ethics. And that brings us to another area of ethics, which is called applied ethics, which refers to the practical application of moral considerations. And this is, applied ethics is distinguished from normative ethics. Normative ethics usually concerns standards for right and wrong behavior, and also from meta-ethics, which concerns the nature of ethical properties, statements, attitudes, etc., etc. Right. Now, if we go into the history of applied ethics, the oldest subdivision of applied ethics are medical ethics and business ethics. Now, there are some issues which are related to applied ethics and unique to some professions. So, for example, privacy and honesty are issues extensively covered in medical ethics. Right? The issues of fact-checking, objectivity, balance, freedom of speech, aesthetic values, they are primarily at home with media ethics. So far as business ethics is concerned, the trade-offs between economic goals and social values. These issues are discussed within the business ethics domain. Now, I had a clip from a film called Rise, Shah Rukh Khan starrer, right? In this film, I do not have time to play this, but let me just tell you, young Shah Rukh Khan asks his mother, right? His mother says, कि कोई धंधा अच्छा या बुरा नहीं होता, right? Then the young Shah Rukh Khan asks his mother, सच में मम्मी? Then the mummy replies, जब तक ये किसी की हानि ना करता है, जब तक ये किसी को नुकसान ना पहुंचता है. So that probably is the seed of business ethics, trade-off between profit and social values. right? Now, use of applied ethics draws upon, if we move even further into the different kinds of ethics, consequentialist ethics. It holds that normative properties of acts depend only on consequences. If the consequences are good, okay, go ahead and do it. If it doesn't harm anybody and it gives you profit, no matter what, in which go ahead and do it. The paradigm consequentialist family of theories is utilitarianism, which holds that whether an act is morally right or wrong depends on whether that act maximizes some sort of net good. If it is doing good to a larger number of people, go ahead and do it. That's good. The deontological ethics says exactly the opposite. You need to stick to rules also. I mean, not only the meals has to be good, well, the way you are doing it has also to be good. Deontological ethics, right? Now, some issues, I mean, I'm not going deep into this. It will take much time. Some issues related to business ethics include A, corporate governance, B, discrimination, bribery, stuff like that, C, social responsibility, and probably D, fiduciary responsibilities, which involve trust, especially with regard to a relationship between a trustee and a beneficiary, right? More issues, mostly related to media businesses, politics, regionalism. That's another issue that media corporates, those who want media business, they must look at regionalism, right? They have a stake in fueling regionalism, like the regional political parties have a stake. And it has started from the day when regional parties started wielding power across this country. And they have understood the power of media, and they have co-opted some media, or they have started their own, like mostly in southern states, right? That's an issue. That's an important issue. Recently, I went through a PhD thesis on coverage of Kaveri conflict, right? Kaveri River conflict involves 3-4 states, mostly Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. The research was the coverage of this in Kannada newspapers and in English newspapers who call themselves national. And there is a distinct difference, even within the company which produces an English newspaper and a regional language newspaper. Right? The bias is absolutely distinct. That's an issue that needs to be addressed more carefully, especially now. Elitism is another issue. Are we talking to the hoi polloi, or are we talking to people who have power to buy, who have disposable money? Social and communal harmony. This issue was there and it came into fore during 1947, right? This could come again now. Another issue is trivialization, right? Like the media is not taking up serious issues. They're taking trivial issues because that's what market is. That's what they feel. In Bangla, there is a term khai. Eguloi loke khai. This is what people eat, people consume. And last but not the least is obfuscation of issues. There are certain issues which are complex, and there are media business, and there is a politics industry nexus, and they try to obfuscate the issues. Lack of clarity, deliberate, may I use this term, opacization of issues. These are the issues which relate to media corporate now, ethics now. And Let me come to the end of my deliberation. Why business ethics is important? Why should media corporate look at ethics, act ethically? This I want to divide into two parts. Media as a business. So this is common for all business. And there are certain unique constructs of media. And there are certain ethics, right? This is common for all business, right? They have lasting implications on several levels. With increased investor awareness on environmental, social, governance issues, a company's reputation is at stake, right? Reputation is the asset. Brand, let's call it that, right? And the most important reason is it benefits the bottom line long term. You are in the business for a long term if you adhere to ethics. Look at several companies and look at a couple of companies which have survived for years, decades, right? And I'll end with this. 4 reasons why ethics occupy a central position in media business, right? First, it is the foundation of the profession of journalism. In fact, without ethical underpinning, journalism ceases to be a profession. It becomes something else, right? So the foundation of the profession of journalism rests on ethical underpinning. Second, media often is looked up as a watchdog. If media has to play the role of a watchdog, it needs to be clean. It's a moral obligation for media. Third, it gives credence to the profession. And last but not the least, it is also the source of power of the media. Media is looked up to because it is perceived to root for social justice. It's perceived to root for justice, equality, development. It is seen that there is a moral universe of media, and that's why people look up to media. And that is the source of power. If media wants to have that, continue to have that power, well, it better be ethical. So the lessons to take home are, and with that I'll end. 1, differentiate between short-term and long-term perspectives. This is for the media business owners and managers. Second, differentiate between short-term and long-term perspective. Differentiate between stockholder and stakeholder. You are dealing with something, you are in a business where stakeholders are more important than your stockholders, right? Focus on social responsibility and social justice if you want to survive for another 100 years. Appreciate the relationship among ethical business practices, general, and some unique stuff related to media, goodwill, and profit. Thank you very much. I would like to engage with some questions and comments towards the end of the entire session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for clarifying to us of all the components of ethics like values, legality, morality, equality, ethics, and social justice. And you have nicely brought to the forefront of the deliberation the interlinkage between profit and ethics, principles and practice, and why media houses need to be ethical, and the way you told that sustainable journalism raised some ethics that was actually very, very appealing to all of us. I hope all our audience might have enjoyed this talk. Now I will request Mr. Rajaram Sarpathy, a practicing journalist and who has got a veteran journalist, I should say, to the platform to share his ideas on the issue. Thank you, sir, and over to Rajaram, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Respected panelists, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Before speaking on the subject I am assigned, I must give a big thank to the Sociology Department and to Dr. Tanaya Mahanti and all her colleagues and students of the department for organizing a webinar on a subject that is virtually alien to them. On organizing a webinar on a subject that is absolutely pressing and it is pinching our life every day. I was told that the webinar will focus on quality journalism education, quality journalism, and whether we are on the right track, that means journalism with special reference to Odisha, is on the right track or not. I'll begin with two incidents I encountered in the beginning of my career in this field, one at Madras, now Chennai, and the other at Bangalore, now Bengaluru. I had begun my career, in a sense, in Chennai. During those days, a gentleman met me at Madras University. And by the by, he said that he had spent a lot of years in service in Orissa. Then he asked, "Can you say why your state is backward?" Immediately, I couldn't really answer that question. Then he immediately intervened and said, "Because the media is poor." Number two incident, when I joined Indian Express, then it was only Indian Express in Bangalore, and the resident editor of that edition, when I met him, the first sentence he uttered, "Mr. Satpathy, I heard you are from Orissa." I said, "Yes." Then he went on saying all about Orissa and its people, and commented that yours is a sleepy state. The best example is the capital city, where people after 10 o'clock, the women in the families, they again sleep because their husbands go to office. They wake up in the afternoon when their husbands return. This is what life goes on in your state capital. And finally he said, all these things can be linked to an absolutely poor media. I only heard him. I didn't respond. I was upset. I was very angry. I didn't have any choice but to hear him silently, because if I had reacted possibly, I would have lost my job on that very day itself. He perhaps read my face and said, Satpathy, I understand you are very upset with my words. You are a young boy. You might not have seen your state as much as I have seen it. I have toured the nook and cranny of your state and know I have measured the pulse of the people and pulse of the people in administration, in government, in power, and also watched your media, though I am not proficient in Odia. I have watched your media closely because I am a media person. After more than 4 decades, when I compare their statements with today's scenario in 21st century, in 2021, I find little difference, at least in the field of media. All those people who are present in this webinar are highly educated, enlightened, and influential people of the society. I need not, because of the paucity of time, I don't want to go deeper into telling you the role of media, because everybody knows the power of media, the necessity of media. It's like any other consumer thing nowadays. It is our essential commodity. A media content or information, to be precise, is our essential commodity. Without that, we can't live for a moment. And we all know that the responsibility, the requirement of media in our society, particularly in Indian society, I need not explain that, because the moment we got freedom, we decided how we are going to be governed. We decided first democracy, then we decided our democracy will have to be different from the American way of governance or American presidential system of democracy there, or the democracy in UK. Ours is a democracy, but with a difference. This is the parliamentary system of democracy, and majority opinion will prevail. And who is that? What is that tool? What is that link between the people and the subject? It's only the media. There is no second tool available in the world. In a democratic system of governance, the only tool available to join the two stakeholders, people in power or government and the citizens, is media. So media is one of the stakeholders, and the role of media is that. I'm not going deeper into that. I am only interested in the final product, because I am a consumer. As a reader, I am a consumer. As a viewer of television channels, I am a consumer. As a reader of internet, I am a consumer. So I am only a website, I am a consumer. So I am only interested in the quality of the product sold to me. That's it. You have spent a hell lot of money. You have spent a hell lot of money in establishing a printing press, in establishing your office, manpower, everything you have done. Thank you very much. No problem. And wealth creation is not in conflict with transparency, is not in conflict with giving quality product, is not in conflict with telling the truth. Indian culture, Indian tradition has never said that wealth creation is bad. Rather, all along, if you go to the ancient history also, you will find the Indian culture has all along encouraged wealth creation. So that is why I said wealth creation is not in conflict with telling the truth or transparency. That is why I said that I'm only interested in the final product. Because I am a consumer. Information was never distributed free at any point of time. 20 years back, 30 years back, whenever you see, information was never distributed free. The consumer always paid some price to buy it. So those who say that in today's parlance that information or news is a product, nothing wrong in that. And journalism is that act of doing business in communication, in information. Nothing wrong in that. I am doing a business in information. That means I am collecting information, dishing it, cooking it as you will like to eat and giving you. That's it. You call it like any other dish. And tomorrow, you will come to my hotel, you will come to my restaurant only if you are satisfied today. That is why I insist there has to be a quality product. That's it. I'm not asking for moon. As a consumer, I'm not asking for moon. All that I am telling, pleading with you as the creator of editorial content, as the storehouse of communication information, I'm only pleading you, just tell me the truth. Just tell me what happened. That's it. You will be surprised to know in Odisha, those who are in the business of disseminating information, they refuse to listen to me as a consumer. It's not a scenario today. It's a scenario prevailing in the state, imposed on the people for more than 4 decades. Why? Why? I always ask this question, why? What stops you telling me the truth? What stops you taking me to the place where the incident occurred? Because I am not omnipresent. I am not present everywhere. But when you are telling me, giving me some information, you are adding something else into that. I am not able to digest it. Why has it happened? You are all educated people. You must have seen where we stand today. We means the people of Orissa. We means the Orissa state. Where do we stand? Tell us. Amongst all the states of India, you see Orissa on the bottom. And that position hasn't changed in decades. Yesterday, I think Union Minister gave information in the Lok Sabha, in the Parliament, about the monthly income of farmers. We are second from the bottom. This question wrinkles my mind, pinches me very much. What do I not have? Tell me. Excepting perhaps snowfall, like in Kashmir, Orissa has everything. We have a long coastline, 480 kilometers of coastline, bounteous forest, water, hills, and industrious people. We are not reluctant to work. But my fate is that I have to stand in this position for decades. Who is to tell me Who is to tell me that? It is the media. It is the media that is its duty, that is its responsibility to tell me that you are not on the right track. I'm reminded of the days in 60s and 70s, I have read it, when the media world, almost across the world, started discussing something called development journalism. They said journalism doesn't end in only what the government says so publications, only giving government press releases, only talking about or printing what the minister says. No, journalism is beyond that. And the world accepted it. What is journalism beyond that? That the incident must be interpreted. The incident must be analyzed. The incident must be told to the readers without diluting the facts. The information must be told to the consumers after separating the grain from the chaff. Does it happen in Orissa? Why? You see any day's paper. You pick up any day's paper. Today, for the last 1 month, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, any day's paper you pick up, you will find the development narrative is missing. The narrative that ought to have found a place in the media world, media space, is the development narrative. What is the development narrative? If there is a mining scam, why did it happen? There must be something wrong somewhere. Otherwise, a scam wouldn't have taken place. Why did it happen? Let me go to the spot to see what exactly has happened in that mining belt. Did anyone go? Did anyone survey that? No. This is called a development narrative. If agriculture is not prospering in Orissa, if farmers of Orissa are not at par with neighboring states of Andhra Pradesh or Chhattisgarh, where a phenomenal growth in agriculture has taken place, there must be wrong somewhere. That nobody can say no. So let me just find out what is that wrong. This is called development narrative. And once development narrative starts finding space in media, you will find some solution will emerge automatically, for which you don't have to do much labor. All of you must have heard that how Amrit came from the sea, from the ocean, after only it was churned. Media basically does that churning process. Media is that catalyst, instrumental in doing that social churning process. And once that churning process stops, you are unlikely to smell cream. Why media hasn't? That is why I said that. You pick up any days. I need not say this to you. What is the basic content one finds in newspapers? Self-publicity. Reports to please people in power. Reports to axe and grind against somebody. To score a point against the rivals. These are the general stuff we find in the media in Orissa. What is the reason behind it? I'll just go to that a little later. Before that, let me tell you, not only that, situation has worsened to such an extent that you are not permitted to go to the secretariat, media. You are not permitted to go to the main building of the assembly when the session is on. You are not permitted even to go with your camera or as a reporter to the public meeting of the chief minister. And the government says, you need not come here. We will give you the video feed, we will give you the content. As a media person, I feel you don't interact with others, you don't meet others, you don't see the body language of your elected representatives in the house, how they are functioning there. What is that journalism
Sir,
doing?
can I can we wind
Yeah,
up?
sure. 2-3 minutes.
Yes, sir, perfectly. No issue.
I'm sorry, actually, I'm taking a little more time.
No, sir,
I'll
it's
just,
very interesting.
I'll just finish it in 2-3 minutes. Now the question is, how has it happened? Because in Orissa, a lot of newspapers are not professionally run. They are run by politicians. They are run by aspiring politicians. So we are bound to get this kind of stuff. There is no way out. And this has created an atmosphere of timidity. This has created an atmosphere of timidity. I remember a news report circulated by Reuters when Saddam Hussein, Iraq, was overrun by America and Allied forces. A gentleman asked the local people there, how do you find the difference? You will have a new dispensation, political rights. Then he wondered, what is this political right? What is this social right? That means people have lost that power to think. In a scenario like this, if somebody is expecting quality students to come and study journalism, I'm sorry, because the average salary of journalists in Bhubaneswar is supposed to be very good compared to district or block level journalists. What will be the average salary of a media person in Bhubaneswar? I'm sure not more than 10 or 15,000 rupees. Can you sustain with this kind of money? No chance. There was a time when things were not opened up. Now everything is open. The world has opened up. You would find plenty of money elsewhere. Why should you not use them? And write this stuff which you are not, which doesn't, your conscience doesn't permit. Now, I explained all these things. I will not take much of your time. Last sentence. I explained all these things as a working journalist, as a journalist who has been in this profession for the last more than 4 decades. I again repeat that sentence. You are all highly educated, enlightened, influential people of the society. Think of it. Maybe some solution will emerge tomorrow. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak at your webinar. All the best. I again request to ponder over the issue. A solution will certainly emerge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot from our side. And particularly your stress on ethical journalism in practice and giving a very innovative definition of the connotation of journalism by saying journalism is doing business in information is what actually we were new to learn. And your unfolding of the role and responsibilities of the media houses in development is what touched us, and undiluted representation of facts and needs to be the basis of responsible journalism is what is our take home. And the introduction and elaboration of development narrative was fabulous. Thank you, sir, once again for your insights. Now I will request our young friends and both Sandeep, yeah, first I will request Sandeep Misra to keep his deliberations. And little bit I am tempted to tell here that Sandeep is an alum of our department. So we are there to listen to you, Sandeep. So over to Sandeep. Sandeep, unmute.
Thank you, Professor Rath. Esteemed panelists, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, as Professor Rath said, it's indeed a privilege for me to be part of this webinar, to be speaking at an event organized by the Department of Sociology, Utkal University, with whom I share a very strong bond. I was a student of the Department of Sociology from 1997 to 1999. And some of my teachers, like Professor Ravindra Garada, are still very much part of the department. And I also share another connection with Utkal University because I grew up in the campus. And my father, he was a professor of Utkal University in the Department of English. So it's really an honor and a privilege to be part of these deliberations. My previous speakers have elaborated in detail about different facets of the media, about the business models, about development journalism, about its history, about how ethical media practices are, not just in Odisha, but in India, and also given us an overview about how it is at the global level. I would, as a practicing journalist and as a media entrepreneur, I run my own enterprise after I quit my job in late 2017. So as a young media entrepreneur, young in the sense that my startup is young, it's just 4.5 years old. So I would like to share my experiences instead of going too much into the theoretical aspects or into the academic aspects, because I am not a practicing media academician, so I would not be the right person to go in detail about the theoretical aspects. As a practicing journalist, what I understand what journalism is, especially in the context of today's topic, that is media corporates, ethics, and social justice. Journalism is not limited, media is not limited to journalism. Media means a lot of other things, as Professor Chatterjee put it in perspective in his speech. The journalism, as I understand or as it is considered, is an ethical communicative practice. That is journalism, and that is what we are supposed to practice as journalists. But the moot question is, in this age where corporates and political powers that be, when they more or less control the media space, are we able to deliver? Are we able to do our job in the most ethical manner? Or is it being subverted? Is the freedom for press that we all know about, is it for real? Is it in practice? Is it possible? So I would like to share a few experiences and give some examples, because when we talk about social inequalities, when we talk about social justice, when we talk about ethics, these are very subjective and contextual topics. When we talk of social justice, media certainly plays its part. It has been playing its part over the decades, be it when it concerns race, when it concerns issues related to gender, when it concerns issues related to religion, about access, about participation, about fair play. So media has over the centuries in Odisha, in India, at the global level, it has been playing its part. But whether it is playing a direct and indirect part. That's for sure. But possibly it needs to do much more. If we are talking about the COVID, because we are currently all of us have experienced a global pandemic, COVID, and if we would look at a few instances which all of us are aware of, like in 2020 when the pandemic was at its peak and the country was going through a lockdown, all of us know about the migrants issue. So that is a glaring example of social injustice, about how the government imposed a lockdown slash shutdown, and how thousands of migrants from different parts of the country had to suffer, had to walk for miles and miles to return to their states, and how they were portrayed in the media. Most of the mainstream media, as all of us would have seen on television, in newspapers, in the digital space as well, they possibly pushed a narrative which was the government's narrative, and the migrants, in more often than not, rather being portrayed as the victims, were shown in a very poor light, as if they were the carriers of virus, as if these are the people, the poor people, the migrant laborers who actually had got the virus to the country. So this is one example where the media possibly did not play its role properly in ensuring social justice. This is one. Another very glaring example that has come to our notice is the Tablighi issue, where a section of the population, the Muslim population belonging to a certain community, the way the media projected them, the mainstream media projected them, a kind of Islamophobia kind of gripped the entire country, because the media in India at large is known for promoting majoritarian views. As a result, the marginalized, the dispossessed, and the minority, and not just the religious minority, but linguistic minority and all kinds of minorities, they, I personally believe, do not get adequate space. And as my former colleague and senior Sri Satpathy was pointing out, when we talk of the development narrative, it is imperative that all voices be heard, and the media truly plays the role of giving voice to the voiceless. And that is where we have to be more sensitive and empathetic to the cause of the poor, the distressed, the marginalized, and the weaker sections of the society. And that is where I believe the mainstream media, I've also worked at the national level with national organizations like the Times of India, with the Hindustan Times. As a reporter, I worked for several years with these organizations. So I know how the narrative is kind of a set narrative, where the narrative that is sponsored by the state, that more often rules the roost. And that is where I think media fails in its duty to act as a catalyst to ensure social justice. These are two examples I wanted to highlight, because in these changed times, because of COVID, when we talk of social distancing, for example, when the government itself has been talking about the need for social distancing, all of us would remember the Prime Minister's call for a Janta curfew, and the whole country and the media, how this Janta curfew and clanging of utensils, banging of utensils, clapping, and all the kind of spectacle that was created, as if really help us defeat the deadly virus. there again, I believe the media failed, because the media is supposed to promote critical and rational discourse and to debate about issues with scientific rationale, with scientific evidence, with scientific basis. Here we again saw something that in no way helped us defeat the virus, a claim which was not backed by any scientific basis or evidence, yet the whole country went gung-ho and the whole media kind of celebrated it, whereas the focus on scientific based health practices to deal with this killer and deadly virus, that possibly should have been the focus. But instead of that, the whole mainstream media was promoting something called a Janta curfew, and these are examples of how the media in India functions, and how we give space to events, to issues, to state-sponsored. How we promote the state-sponsored narrative, and the media behaves as an instrument to further the ideologies of the powers that be. Not necessarily those are good for the society, then they're not necessarily meant for common good, but these are state-sponsored narratives which the mainstream media more often than not promotes. Why I am saying this? I am saying this to come to the point which Professor Chatterjee explained about the business model. The financial model of Indian media, not just in Odisha but all over the country, the model is basically based on ad revenue, receipts that we get from advertisement. And the advertisement is in a country like India, and especially in a state like Odisha, it's very government centric. So when the government contributes the maximum to the revenue pie that the media gets, hence the government has a very big say in the way the media operates. So media, to say, is independent. We all enjoy freedom of speech. We can write, we can speak, we can air our views the way we want. We aren't free, and we can't do all that we want to do. And especially in recent years, all of us know how the media's voice has been muzzled. As Shri Satpathy was pointing out, how access to the Lok Sabha Bhavan or the Secretariat has been denied to journalists for the last 2 years, how journalists are not being invited to cover events, to attend programs, there are a lot of restrictions. And even during the COVID pandemic, at the national level as well as the state level, there was strict orders. There were kind of executive orders that the media cannot report what it wants to report. The media can only report what the government approves and what the government says. This was the official line, and this is what people had to do. The Prime Minister in Delhi met a group of editors and owners of major media organizations and made this point very clear. And at the state level, the same was made clear by the powers that be in Odisha. They met editors, they met owners of media organizations and told them very clearly that the coverage should be quote unquote positive, and the coverage should be based on what the media reports. Any media organization or any journalist who dared to go beyond this brief and report had to face different kinds of consequences. We all know about it. Even sedition charges are being pressed against journalists for reporting from the ground level stories, which possibly does not match with the narrative that the state wants to further. So in this kind of a scenario, when we talk of ethics, well, it's in theory, everybody wants to claim that we are all ethical and we practice ethical journalism, but in practice, I would say it's very difficult to always do what we want to do. It's we are ethical in the sense that we are not corrupt or we are not dishonest, but we aren't ethical in the way we want to write or express ourselves. There are many occasions when journalists, my fellow friends, even yesterday only I was discussing with Raja Rambai about this issue, that we many a times we feel constrained that we are functioning in an environment where it's not always possible for us to report the truth. We have to dilute our copies. We have to express ourselves within certain parameters to say that, like, to play it safe, rather to play it safe and to ensure that we don't become victims of vendetta. So that is because we've seen media houses in recent times, even in Odisha, we've seen media houses, journalists, media owners facing the wrath of the people in power for having quote unquote exceeded their brief and gone beyond and for doing stories which were critical of the government. This has happened even at the national level, especially in the recent years. There are lots of journalists who have lost their jobs. The managements of media organizations have been forced by people in power to sack journalists for writing stories, for expressing their views on topics which are controversial, on topics which have brushed the people in power the wrong way. So this being the scenario, and when the business model is not working, so what needs to be done in Odisha, for instance? I would little differ from what Professor Chatterjee and Professor Sri Satpathy said. In Odisha, the scenario is a bit tricky. In Odisha, most of the media houses are, strictly speaking, not corporates. The majority of them are owned by people who are in politics or indirectly by political parties. This has been the model from the beginning. If you take a historical overview of the newspapers and the journalism as has been practiced in Odisha over the last, say, 170 years, if you look at the birth of newspapers in Odisha, if we take Utkal Deepika, for example, and there onwards as the media has grown in Odisha, initially it was never a business model. There never was a business model. The newspapers, they were more nationalist in their approach, and the newspapers played a very important role in creation of the modern state of Odisha in 1936. From 36 onwards, till 1947, when we got our independence, gradually the media has been mostly, newspapers have mostly been launched and promoted by people for furthering their own political interest. This was more or less the scene till the 80s, when if we talk of corporatization of media, in a way started with the setting up of the Eastern Media, which runs Sambad newspaper in the 80s, and again it was launched by Sri Soumya Ranjan Patnaik, who was the son-in-law of the then Chief Minister Sri Janaki Ballabh Patnaik. So it was the Chief Minister in power launching a newspaper, and the media group has all along, Eastern Media, which runs Sambad, which runs Kanak News, it's all along has its own political agenda. Though it has a business model, though it can be termed as a corporate, but still it's more to do with politics than to do with business, because they also have business interests in so many other things. So if you look at Dharitri, again, it's Nandini Satpathy, a former chief minister who set up the newspaper, and his son Tathagat Satpathy is also a well-known politician and a former member of parliament. If you look at Prajatantra, when Hare Krishna Mahatab started it, he is again a well-known politician, a former chief minister. His son Bhartrihari Mahata, who runs the newspaper, is also a sitting member of parliament. All along, all the major newspapers, if you see, the origin lies in some politician. Even today, if you look at the TV channels, the number one TV channel, OTV, it belongs to the Panda family, of which Vaijant Panda is an important politician of Odisha. Is a national level leader of the BJP. If you look at Kanak News, if you even look at recent upstarts like Nandi Ghosh, it's well known that its promoters are from within the ruling party, the Biju Janata Dal. Or if you look at a new, again, an upstart Argus News, it's promoted by the BJP group. So all major mainstream, quote unquote, mainstream media houses in Odisha are promoted by political class. So when the journalists work for these kind of organizations, so obviously they are under pressure to promote what their managements want, and the management's primary agenda in most cases is not business, but furthering their own political agenda. This is unlike the scenario at the national level, where there are a lot of organizations, including the Times of India, with which I worked for more than a decade, or the Hindustan Times. They have their political leanings, but their agenda primarily is business. So if we are talking about media corporates, these are media corporates which basically protects the interests of their advertisers. So whoever gives revenue to these organizations, they are promoting their cause. So if the government also gives substantial revenue to these organizations, hence whenever whichever party is in power, an organization like Times of India would prefer to be pro-establishment. So if it's the Congress in power, it will toe the Congress line. If the BJP is in power, it will toe the BJP line, because that is from where they get their money, and that is how they thrive. And their primary objective, like other business organizations beyond media, is maximization of profit. So come sun or rain, whatever be the situation, the company's bottom line should be good and the profits should grow. So we all saw during the COVID pandemic how hundreds and thousands of journalists were sacked all over the country. And because the revenue inflow had gone down, and the companies did not want to compromise on their profits or on their state of finance. So within days of the Prime Minister announcing lockdown in March 2020, within days from April, the sacking started, as if these organizations which have been there for 100 years, 150 years, for so long, and they have deep pockets, they could not even sustain themselves for 15 days. For even 15 days, they did not have backup, as if suddenly coronavirus came and all their monies were wiped out, and immediately they sacked people, not just in Odisha, all over the country. We saw thousands of journalists losing their job. So in this kind of a situation where a journalist fights for survival, when a journalist is always in an insecure space of getting targeted, of being falling victim to political vendetta, of losing his job, of losing his source of sustenance. In this kind of a situation, it's goes without saying that it's very, very difficult to stick to all the ethical parameters and to fight for social justice, or to ensure that he plays his ethical role of ensuring social justice. This is more or less the scenario all over the country. When we look at the current trends, the silver lining is the democratization of the media that has taken place thanks to the increasing penetration of the internet and the growth, rather the boom of digital media and social media. I worked in the print for a good number of years, close to 2 decades. I worked for the print. Then I worked with TV channels for about 3 years, and now I'm working in the digital space. So I think it's very important for us, when we discuss this topic, to talk about the role the digital media is playing, because that is working as a great leveler. Because the monopoly which these media corporates and these political class that had on the media, that monopoly is gradually ceasing to exist because of the digital media and the social media.
Mr. Swati, can I just ask you, can we wrap up within 3 minutes?
Yeah, I will. Thank you. Yeah. Have I exceeded my time already?
Little, no issue.
Okay, I'll do it right away. Yeah. So I just wanted to highlight the very important role that the digital media is playing, and I would, even at the global level, there have been a lot of instances, be it the bucket challenge, be it the Arab Spring, be it Black Lives Matter. There were a lot of campaigns which started online, even the Me Too. All of us are aware of the Me Too challenge, which started abroad, but it had its repercussions in India and had its repercussions on the Indian media also. Even very well-known editors also were exposed because of the Me Too challenge, and that primarily happened in the digital space, where even victims of sexual harassment also shared their stories and experiences where they were sexually harassed. So the digital media could be the answer. Why I'm insisting and I'm talking about the digital media? Because of technology, where the media space has been revolutionized, the dynamics have been revolutionized and are changing constantly, and the whole media space is getting democratized. And every citizen is not just the practicing working journalists, not just the media professionals, but every citizen can function as a journalist, can function as a reporter and highlight social inequalities, social injustice, can share information, can share visuals, and no information can actually be brushed under the carpet. Even if the mainstream media pursues a different narrative, even if the mainstream media is manipulated by the powers that be, then also the need for an alternative media, which we discussed about earlier, this has become possible because of digital media. An alternative media space is growing, and alternative voices are emerging, and the truth can no longer be suppressed by the mainstream media. This is the best part of digital media, that the space need to be regularized. There are a lot of other issues which I won't have the time to deliberate upon now, but digital media can serve as a tool to practice ethical journalism. Digital media can serve as a tool to ensure social justice, and we've seen so many instances where people have been able to create communities, about to mobilize opinion, create awareness, and the impact has been there for everyone to see. The digital media space is growing, but the financial models have not yet stabilized. So whether it will be a subscription-based model or what would be the revenue model which will sustain the digital media is something that that will gradually emerge, and the times to come will determine what shape it takes. But definitely, I think there is a ray of hope because of digital media, because of social media, where we can have new models which can help the media fight social justice, practice good and ethical journalism, and can promote new startups and even individual players, and it need not be the monopoly of the corporates. With this, I would thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on this very important topic. I again thank the Department of Sociology, of which I'm an alumni, for thinking it proper to invite me to share my ideas and thoughts on this subject. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sandeep, for apprising us about the fallout of the media houses and giving a very real and reasonable representation and the compulsions that come from state sponsorship, and elaborately discussing and very frankly discussing about the trajectory of media houses and the political connects and how it actually leads to sometimes compulsions, and how the media houses are insisted to go for positive journalism, and there are also sanctions against them. Thank you, and the way you discussed about the digital media was really a home tech for us, and we can again ponder over us. Thank you. Now I will move to Jayanti Buruda to give her deliberations on the issue. Jayanti, over to Jayanti, madam. Jayanti, madam, please unmute. Please unmute.
Sorry. Thanks to Department of Sociology. Thanks to Vice Chancellor Ma'am of Utkal University. Provide me this opportunity for this round table discussion. And thanks to all of the great speakers from whom I learned so many things. This is very big opportunity for me. Provide me this chance. At first, I keep my words, but I don't think my English is so poor, so ignore it. At first, I introduce myself Jayanti Buruda.
Madam, if you desire, you can talk in Odia also, because we want to take the spirit, no problem.
Okay. Myself Jayanti Buruda from Malkangiri, Odisha. I'm working as a journalist from last 8 years. I have no more experience, but I want to express myself as a journalist. What is the face of the real face of a media, from a girl see what is media and how to work, and what is the other topic, quality journalism, education, ethics and social justice. It is a tough question for me all time, because when I start my work, I face many challenges. At the study time, I saw the face of a good image and media, that my professors and books, so many good things told about the media. Whenever I start my journey as a journalist at field, I saw the different face of the media. So it is many times I face many questions inside me. What I am doing, which profession I am doing, and is this a quality journalism? What do or what not do? Many questions I face many times. Because Malkangiri is a place, and from there started working as a media person with many issues, and you face many different inequalities like casteism and as a female candidate, all these issues I face, and I always question myself, if I cannot got a good identity of mine, how can I put up my issues which is inside our areas? And I have so many hopes and dreams from with media, and because what I see at my field, I think media is a platform, or many people's uh, hope there is a media platform which give you that come out the truth and give your the truth the a platform. But when you see somewhere that hope going to lose because of the media houses are mainly going to corporate sectors and political oriented. There is not quality which issues are come to the media houses, like the tribal issues. You see, many issues is there. Tribal issues like minings, forest, and all these issues. How much that media house take, and how to uh, uh, express at media. So many challenges is there, but or many circumstances or problems face so at media houses till now. But there is a hope. People hope the media houses keep all these problems in front of the people and provide it a good platform. So I think the quality journalism education and ethics and social justice, which is day by day going to down everywhere. I request to all panelists or the speaker persons to think on it in a proper way, how to we keep these moral values at ground level. But I say at fields, there is so many wrong things happen through this media houses. So how do we control it and work on it to reduce all these things? And the people's, we try to keep that last hopes of people's, they keep on us, that a media persons give us justice or right for good things or right things. All these things connect with the media houses. So as a journalist, I also try to judge myself to how to work myself and understand the issues and how to I can put it near the media houses. But many times I can't got it in a proper way because they think the issues on their eyes or try to see in other ways, like the happening stories. They need happening stories or sensitive story like Malkangiri is a story for Naxalism. But never try to think what is behind there or what is the other things are there, how to put it and how to, as a media person, we can see that and come out and work on it. Like this, many issues are there. So I request to all of you how to we work on it and the quality education and the ethics and social justice, how to sustain at society between the people and that going to lost, how can we sustain it? We work on it. And thank you so much. I love you. I learned so much things from you. If any mistake, please. Thank you.
Now, all the participants, can I just request, thank you, Jayanti Madam, for your nice, though it was a very small presentation, but it carried the essence that what should be the ethics of journalism education, because it will start from education, then it will flourish into practice. And now I request all the participants, now the session is open for discussion. Any question you have to any of our speakers, please do write either in the chat box or you can unmute yourself and ask the question directly to our presenters and eminent speakers. Can we just start with Roma? Because Roma is a faculty of our department and she is with me. She wants to ask a question. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My question is to Mrinal Chatterjee, sir. Sir, could you please name a media house which is working both on ethics and business? So, there is a divide between if it is ethical, it is not business friendly, or if it does business, it is not ethical. So, can you please name some media houses which, manages the business and ethics in a proper way? So that is
Consider Hindu,
okay.
set up in mid 20th century, 1878 probably, if I am not wrong. So from the beginning, they have been doing both their reportage and business, right? They are one of the most successful business conglomerate now, and they are doing good on social sector as well. And there are so many others, right? Yeah. Thank you.
I will. The next question is to Mr. Krishna. Sir, you mentioned about OTV. So OTV was basically working on a business model before, but now Independent entered into politics very recently. But it also had some business model before. So what kind of, because that's a leading media house in Odisha. So could you please give some experience that how these media models actually work in a, maybe we can say that, we have a bureaucratic presence everywhere in Odisha, bureaucratic and the political presence. So how does media actually business survives in this? So could you please throw some light on that?
Yeah, I just want to point out that Baijan Panda has not entered politics recently. He has been twice Rajya Sabha member and twice Lok Sabha member from the Biju Janata Dal. So he's been in politics since the 90s, and in fact he was very much into politics when even the Biju Janata Dal was founded in 1997, and that is around the time when he set up, he and his family. His wife is the face of the channel as the managing director, but his father Bansidhar Panda was a known industrialist of Odisha, and they INFA is a corporate organization, and this is an offshoot of the INFA group. Ortel Communications, which deals with cable business, which is a leading MSO of Odisha, and OTV that started its journey in the 90s. Gradually, from a cable channel, they became a satellite channel in the noughties, in say around a decade after they started, maybe around 96 or 97, they started their journey, and after a decade, they became a satellite channel, and gradually they've dominated the television space in Odisha. It had some kind of a corporate structure from the beginning, but the growth to a good extent is because of the political patronage which they got primarily because of their promoter, and he was an influential leader of the Biju Janata Dal, and there have been so many things which I would not want to deliberate. This is not the platform. How they got support from the government to sabotage their rivals and to grow into becoming the number one media channel. There was something called ETV. There's a lot of issues, a lot of things which this is not the right platform. So without state patronage, somebody doesn't become the number one player. So whoever is the number one player in whatever genre, it's not easy to not to get state support and to set up a media conglomerate or a media big media organization because you need a lot of infrastructure, a lot of support, a lot of advertisement, a lot of money. So definitely OTV has definitely benefited. It's just recently because of a political fallout and he joining some other party, and there's a lot of other issues. That is in recent times. I think I've answered your question.
Yes, definitely. So there is a question from Aniruddha Jena. Aniruddha, you can ask your question to our speakers.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for the opportunity. So, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, possibly.
So, good afternoon, everyone. It was really an insightful session. I have a couple of reflections to share. Professor Chaudhary's critical assessment was very interesting, and I, as a media student, also share the same kind of understanding of contemporary journalism education scenarios in the country, or more so in the state of Odisha. Ma'am, you will be surprised to know that Utkal University, which is the very organization which are organizing this event, which boasts of being the oldest and one of the finest universities in the state, still doesn't recognize journalism as a regular academic discipline. That is why it is still running as a self-financed course since 2000. It's been more than 20 years now. Most importantly, universities and the larger intellectual traditions, particularly within social sciences in the state of Odisha, need to be questioned why journalism education is still not recognized, why it is looked down upon as a foster child. Why can't journalism education, why journalism education cannot be considered as a proper and concrete field of academic field of inquiry? What is the academic veracity of scrutinizing journalism education when universities themselves are not recognizing it as an academic discipline? And media, being the self-proclaimed fourth pillar of the democracy, also get criticized from left, right, center. What about other social science disciplines like sociology, economics, political science, and so on? Are these academic disciplines coming under rampant academic scrutiny, considering their academic importance, and how far they have effectively addressing issues, questions, and politics of social justice? It is much easier a job to do that than of recognizing academic importance of journalism education and accommodating it as an essential part of the larger vision of true liberal education. It was great hearing all of you. Thank you. Sorry for the long thread of questions.
Is anyone answering his question? Professor Chaudhary, maybe.
Yeah, it was Professor Chaudhary.
Ma'am, you are mute. Please unmute yourself.
I think it was more in the nature of an observation, and I agree completely. And in my own presentation, I was trying to argue that there are commonalities in the practice of journalism as well as the practice of social sciences, and that unless we see the two together, then we will not be able to, see the whole question of the role of media for social justice and democracy. So we are both in the same boat, so to say, in a certain sense, and it is that linkage which is very necessary. So we can't see media education as separate and education for the social sciences as separate. And I'm very glad about this roundtable because it has brought unlikely participants together. Otherwise, we are probably, as practicing journalists, entrepreneurs, and sociologists on the same platform. And I hope such exercises are given, organized more regularly.
If I could just supplement to what Professor Chatterjee says, this in a way reflects the level of hypocrisy that thrives not only in the academic world but also in our society, and as consumers of the media, of content consumption, of news. All of us are in a way responsible for the way the media functions. We say, we get the government we deserve, we also get the media we deserve. We are not willing to pay for what we consume. If a newspaper is priced 5 rupees or 7 rupees, and it's heavily dependent on ad revenue, because the cost of a newspaper for producing a newspaper is much more. Or if you are consuming news on digital, nobody is willing to subscribe and they want to consume it for free. So when you don't pay, or when you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. That's the saying, and that is exactly what is happening. It lies in the hands of the reader and the viewer whether they want the media space to grow, to quality journalism to thrive, media education become more qualitative, then all of us need to ponder. And I think the answer very well lies in we willing to pay more for the information that we need, the kind of information that we seek. Thank you.
Can I come in just for a minute, because I think this is an attractive suggestion, but it's a little more complicated because, say, for example, what I'm very struck in, even in the digital media, is that the information which comes to me on my social media is the one which I like, because it's all customized, it's the algorithm. So what happens with your suggestion that we can pay for what we wish, there are two problems here. One problem is the scale. The scale of a big media house, the point which Dr. Chatterjee had mentioned, the conglomerates, which is enormous in its scale and its influence and its ability. And small houses, which would depend on people who pay, but who would have very limited reach. I feel happy, I read it, I like it, people like me read it, like it. But then what we have is a fragmented public, a narrow casting as compared to broadcasting, which was the framework earlier. So I agree with you, but we have to complicate that point with this issue about who pays for what.
Yeah, I agree with you. But again, there's a difference between the digital news websites and social media. Social media is Facebook, Twitter, all these are platforms. But if you are willing to pay, when you mean the reader or the viewer is willing to pay, that is where these alternative models which are emerging, they get a chance to survive. Otherwise, it will be again those media conglomerates, the monoliths who will dominate. So if there is a kind of a premium and a freemium, both kind of a model exists. So people are always willing to go for the freemium. They want everything free. They aren't willing to pay. If you aren't willing to pay, how do you expect someone like me who's running a startup? I'm going through the struggle myself. So I don't find anyone willing to pay a penny to read for any quality content that we create. So if we take a stand against the government and we report on critical issues, where do we stand when the reader itself is not interested? It's the kind of what do I say? The indifference that thrives. So then we can't expect things to improve.
So can we ask now, Panchana, you had a question, but that question I am missing. Can you just ask yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So my question is how media can play a role to establish social justice where it is owned or influenced by a political party, or the political party are very influenced. So how the social justice can be maintained?
Can I answer this question? Panchanan, this is the most cliched kind of a question we are being asked for decades. I have been a journalist myself for 15 years. Let me answer that. There are certain social issues which every newspaper would like to address. There are certain issues. Any which political party, right? Any ism, they would like to address those issues. Right? There's no problem there. Get rid of those baggages. And I entirely agree with Sandeep. Try to figure out people, media houses, media entrepreneurs who are trying to give you good news, ethical news, credible news, right? And patronize them. We have been talking about models. There have been several models. Some are working very nicely. So for example, Guardian. Look at Guardian. This paper has been surviving for the last 200 years. Only last year it completed its 200 years. How are they surviving now? They are surviving on what they call crowdfunding, right? They are depending on people to pay for the quality stuff that they are getting. There is this much that you can get for free, and then beyond that you have to pay. Similar model has been adopted by Hindu as well as Business Standard, right? There is another model which Tehelka started. Tehelka under Tarun Rajpal, before this incident happened with Rajpal and he was put behind the bars. And that's a different issue altogether. But look at how it started. It started with some money given by right-minded people. So X number of right-minded people who wanted a news magazine, fearless news magazine, taking up people's issues, and they created a corpus. And Tehelka started. And every one of us, right, we will agree that Tehelka in the initial period did wonderful journalism. Right? Look at how Caravan is surviving. It's in long form journalism. Right? It's not resorting to trivialization. It's not resorting to marketing gimmicks. It's not resorting to the kind of clickbait journalism that we are finding now. It's still resorting to that long form journalism, but they are surviving. To answer Sandeep's question, yes, I know the pain of going solo, the pain of trying to survive. But I am an optimist. I have seen models working. There is a struggle, but there is sunlight beyond that tunnel. Sandeep, let me assure you that there is definitely a sunlight beyond the tunnel. And for others who take this pleasure in media bashing, media is doing this, media is doing that, suppose there is no media. Absolutely no media, no Sandeep Mishra giving you news. What happens then? Where do you find your voice? So to have your voice, to have any kind of hope for your voice to be aired in public, support good media. That should be our call. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Navneet ma'am, can I ask the next question, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a wonderful session, and the speakers, few speakers are my teachers, and it was an opportunity for me to listen them all. My question is very much similar what Anirudh had asked. It is not a question, rather it is a concern that we people are celebrating 100 years of education, journalism education throughout the Asian countries. But somewhere the professionalism in journalism education is lacking, that we have to accept as...
I strongly object to that.
Yes, I'm just...
About Dr. Garada, but I take strong objection to that.
Yes, sir. Let me complete, sir.
Is growing. We will have this debate later. Let me first hear you.
Yes, sir. So there are few facts that why I'm telling you, because particularly in Odisha, that you will see, as Anirudh had rightly pointed out, it's been 2 decades that journalism mass communication it's working as a self-financing course, and you can see the status of other reputed universities like Revensa as well as Barampur University, the status of journalism mass communication department over there. And most importantly, another fact, information, I'm ready to be corrected. It is not a paper I think in UPSC also. If you will select a paper in UPSC, journalism mass communication is not a paper over there. As Sandeep Mishra sir is rightly pointed out that generally whenever we are picking up any kind of subject or any kind of domain of education, we strictly look at the opportunity or the career part of it. How much after completion of the career, how much a candidate, how much a student will get, and where he will get opportunity to do the job. But so far as journalism mass communication is a subject, being a teacher, I have realized it is not something that you will come to the mainstream, because in the last 2 decades that we have observed, there are some other sub-domain areas like advertisement, public relations, and other domain areas where a journalism student can pursue his or her career. So what I believe that we should not take the yardstick like how much a student will get the salary. That shouldn't be a factor. Rather, we should promote journalism education by adapting, even if we are talking about media literacy and we are planning to adapt in the graduation level in almost all the government colleges. So it's a matter of concern that if the reputed and oldest institutions, educational institutions like Utkal University, if they're running in a self-financing course, and today also we are making it, it's an opportunity. It's actually, I feel very fortunate that, and such kind of discussions I expect we will make in the near future also. But I will be more happy. I would be more happy that if such webinar, such roundtable will be organized by the Journalism Mass Communication Department of Utkal University itself. It shouldn't be under the shelter of Sociology Department. This is my concern.
Sir, this is a very different story, sir, there, because the coordinator of this program, he had applied for a project.
Yes, I do appreciate, ma'am. I hope you are getting what is my concern. My concern is not why Sociology Department. I'm talking about the recognition of this department, establishment of this department, and make it a permanent department. This much. If I have done anything wrong, sir, I'm extremely sorry that I'm ready to be corrected.
Point number one, whether this will be a regular department or will be run like any other way, is purely a management decision. The management of Utkal University takes a call on that. When it comes to journalism education and media education, Odisha, the first journalism course was run in Odisha in 1976 in Berhampur University, right? Way back in 1976. So Odisha, it's not that it's not being there in Odisha. Now, I guess, coming to this point of having a paper in UPS, the very purpose of media education is to produce journalists and communicators, not to get a UPSC job, for God's sake. Please consider that media has a big praxis part. The purpose of going through this course lies in two levels. Level one, the praxis part. They should know how to write a copy. They should know how to take a picture. They should know what goes when a copy is given and subbing. Praxis part. And that is where the industry is looking at. The media industry is looking at students who are good in their praxis part. That's level one. Right? Media studies is completely different. But having said that, it's important to know media laws because it has a bearing with the praxis part. So if we concentrate only on the theoretical part, only on the other parts, how does it connect to this, it enriches understanding. It's required. But the first level of requirement is praxis. Am I clear, Dr. Garada? Point number one that I'm making, getting a UPSC job is not, may I repeat, is not the purpose of a media journalism course, media and journalism course. So if somebody has this in mind, I'm going for UPSC, well, there are other subjects as well, right? So there is a heavy praxis orientation in media. Please appreciate that. And level two is the other part, which Dr. Chaudhary so nicely explained that our students need to understand the holistic way journalism or any media course has to approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, this was oral. It is not from Dr. Garada. There are 2 or 3 questions from Adya, sir. I will request all the participants, please pinpoint your questions and so that we can wrap up the session timely. So Adhyasa will be asking a question to you.
So my first question was to you that how can we relate? I mean, the thing that you told about media ethics, and you deliberated about the types of ethics under which the meta ethics also falls. So can you please give us an account of how exactly meta ethics?
Meta ethics is not practically applied ethics. Meta ethics, like media studies, is a study about ethics. As simple as that. Right? Thank you. Next.
So the second question is for Madam. Madam, I have a question that how can the major role of Madam, can we relate how media today is at the periphery of what Habermas deliberated in his legitimation crisis?
The point which I want to sort of emphasize is I don't want this on context. The second thing, when I say theory, I don't mean you have to drag A theory or B theory and, it sounds good. What is important is if today media has legitimation or not. My problem is, and as I said, as a consumer of media, I watch a lot of media, I watch a lot of television. I found it very interesting when Dr. Chatterjee was mentioning, giving the latest data about the scale of television being so high, because globally, there have been conferences on after television 10 years ago. Our TV is still growing like our print media was growing just a few years. It's different. So contexts are different. Historicity is different. And that is why, Sandeep, I had that slight difference is, say, with the television. It has a reach. The point which Dr. Chatterjee, the communicative ability of television is very different from Caravan, so we have to sort of be very familiar with which audience. The same thing, say, as a person who's just retired from a university which was thought of being as an elite university, that who are you talking to? I was always very concerned with communication. Can I explain clearly? To a large sense. So I see even academics as practitioners in some sense. When I teach in a class, I'm communicating, I'm reaching out. And the competition is very strong when you have very persuasive television anchors, How do academics explain in clear ways? So yes, about the legitimation, there is a legitimation crisis. There is. But there's also that point that, which a lot of people say, you can't hide anything now. Media will expose. That discourse became very big in the last part of UPA, right? When you said now everybody will know. And now you feel social media will expose. Chupa nahi sakte, sabko pata hai. My problem, and I've been writing on this, is kisko pata hoga? So a lot of people I speak to, I've written a piece on this about my conversation with Uber drivers. He showed me on the internet, dekhe first, pehle Pradhan Mantri kaun the. I was trying to bring all my cultural capital resources. Dekho, main JNU mein padhati hu. What you are saying is not true. He said, yahan dikh raha hai. Yahan net pe dikh raha hai. Pehle छुपा सकते थे, अभी नहीं छुपा सकते. So I've written a piece about this instant access and unequal knowledge. And therefore, that is where I came to social science knowledge. कि थोड़ा बहुत history तो पता होना चाहिए. थोड़ा बहुत economics, थोड़ा बहुत political science, when you are talking about it in there. I was very interested about that UPSC point. Sorry if I'm taking a little more time, because I come from, my original thing was, I used to do a lot of women's studies, gender. Women's studies had a similar precarious location in universities. It was not a department, it was a program. Nobody took it seriously. Then they said, shayad agar net mein dal do, it will become. UPSC mein dal do, it will become. Those, as was correctly said, is a managerial question, institutional questions. The content is important. Women's studies, you can teach any rubbish. You can teach any rubbish in sociology. You can teach any rubbish in media studies. The content is important, and therefore a serious engagement with liberal education, whatever may be the field, and greater interaction between disparate locations like Sandeep, Dr. Chatterjee, like Dr. Roth. We need these collaborators so we can hear each other, and listen to each other, and again, when I said theory, I mean theory in the sense of being historically aware. What was the role, like you say? That is theoretical knowledge. How does society function? We had this excellent question of caste. How does caste? All that has to be understood, That is all that was a request. Thank you very much. I enjoyed myself enormously, and I do hope that such can be done more often.
Ma'am, I just like to clarify, just a moment. I was, ma'am, not talking about the reach. I was talking about the business model. When it comes to television also.
I agree with you.
I've also headed a television channel. Like, for instance, in Odisha, most of the television channels, not the GECs, but the news channels, except perhaps one channel, all channels run on losses. The viewers, they are not willing to pay. That is my point. When the consumer, the reader and the viewer is not willing to pay, and the management or the promoter or the entrepreneur in this business, then that is where you compromise on the ethical aspect.
I agree with that. Absolutely.
There is an interesting question by Shoti Karai. Very interesting question.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sandeep can answer that, and then probably I'll also engage with that. It's a very interesting question. Shautik, is he a student of your department, ma'am?
No. He's from
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, Shautik.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. No, I'm an assistant professor at KIIT, School of Mass Communication.
Okay.
Right. It's a very interesting question. Yes, Sandeep.
Yeah, you've asked about the model, whether a consumer can pay or not. Yes, definitely a consumer can pay. If a consumer can afford to buy gutka, can afford to buy cigarettes, can afford to spend on so many addictive products, then of course a consumer should be willing to pay maybe 2 rupees a day, maybe 3 rupees a day, maybe 5 rupees a day to consume the news that he wants to consume. So when you are expecting that a media house or a group of journalists or an individual journalist will provide you that information, good journalism, quality journalism with all the ethics, but you shouldn't forget that he also has to look after a family, he has to look after his organization, he also needs to feed himself. He cannot starve. Like if you are earning 16,000 a month, for many journalists in Orissa, across the state, 16,000 is a dream salary. Okay, if somebody is working without a salary and you are willing to consume the stuff he provides and that he wants for free, then you are actually exploiting that person. You are very much part of that exploitative process, and you are equally responsible, as is the state, to exploit people who are poor. And journalists, I would say, are not the people who belong to the privileged category. I am privileged because of my parents. So people don't earn as much. People earn 2,000, 3,000. Even working in major organization, even in the major national papers, major television houses of Odisha, they get peanuts in a month. So somebody working for 2,000-3,000 and catering to your ethical demands is just an impractical proposition.
Yes, Shautik. You have raised a hand, please.
Yes. Thank you so much, Sandeep, sir, for that answer. I absolutely agree with you. But my concern comes from the fact that if we make the journalism model an entirely capitalistic model from that perspective, or on the other hand, if we make it a state-owned capitalistic, like a state-owned model on the other hand, there are problems on both the aspects that can rise. So what I was concerned about, or rather thinking about, is does journalism need a new kind of a model per se? Because when we are talking about, again, because capitalist model, what would happen, again, as we know that there would be some sections for whom the quality and there would be the other section for whom the quality would be different altogether. It would be about who pays more, who pays for Gucci bags and who pays for local Sri leather bags, for that matter, and the quality varies per se. So does journalism need a new kind of a model?
Existing model is heavily capitalistic and it's heavily ad driven. That is where the problem lies. What I am talking about, a democratic model where everyone chips in. It is a participatory thing, which is essential. We are not talking about you paying a lot of money, but even someone not willing to pay a rupee a day, and it's not a question of profit making. Most media organizations do not run on profits. It's a question of survival. I'm saying if out of 10, 9 the television stations in Odisha run on losses. I have headed a TV channel for 3 years. I've run it. If the monthly expenditure is 1.5 crore on an average, and you are earning say 20 lakhs a month, how do you run the show? You have to depend on these political people to sponsor. You depend on all the unethical ways, all these cheat funds, scamsters, all these people to fund. How media and entertainment runs in Odisha or in India is no secret. So when we're talking of ethics, how do you guarantee that when you are taking money from all the unethical sources and you expect to practice ethical journalism? That is my point.
So I think that I have just 3 points. A, that you need some good money. I mean, for any good ethical media entrepreneur, you need good money, right? And for good money, you have to target bottom of the pyramid. The people they need to pay. Now comes the question, if I earn 8,000 rupees, should I pay 200, 300 to get good quality journalism? That will depend on his way of looking at media. Is it important? Do I have a stake there? Is it important for me? Please appreciate that the same people will spend some money in good cars, some money in doing something else instead of paying for the news he or she consumes, right? If we can, and there lies the catch, can we do that? If we can kind of position good news, credible news as a must-have, then people will pay. Like the OTT people are doing now. Consider the growth of OTT in India, right? The way it's good. And no OTT except MX, which gives you trash mostly, is free. Get my point? People are paying. Why are they doing that? Think. Why are they paying that amount of money? Because they think they are getting value for money. They think it's the in thing to do. They think if they're not paying for that and not subscribing to an OTT, they're losing something great in life. That sense of urgency has to be there. So the challenge for credible, good media entrepreneur is exactly this: to position credible news, position news that matters in a category which will be quote unquote must have for everybody. If we are willing to do that, if we can do that, well, the road is all ours. Thank you. And it can be done. Let me tell you that also. It can be done. It's being done. Let me just take 30 seconds. Sandeep is talking about media's dependence on advertisement. The same was the case for television. But gradually, it has not gone, but gradually dependence on big advertisers are coming down because subscription is giving more money. I have the entire figure with me, right? The subscription revenue is growing, which is a healthy sign. Right? What Sandeep wants is to trigger something that will hasten this process. Once this is done, entrepreneurs like Sandeep's problem will be solved. Thank you.
Sir, we will be taking the last question, that is from Sumitra, and she has asked that what are the different types of narratives in media? And how can we distinguish them?
I couldn't hear it. What are the different kinds of?
Narratives in media, because Rajaram sir was talking about development narrative. And
Who has asked this question?
Sumitra, a research scholar from sociology.
Sumitra, research scholar from sociology. Research scholars have these problems. They are fascinated by words and jargon. All research scholars, cutting across disciplines, they have this problem. What exactly do you mean by that, Sumitra? Can you explain me in layman terms, please?
Hello, sir.
Just layman terms. You can speak in Odia also.
No, sir. Actually, I'm a research scholar in the Department of Sociology. Sir, I am doing my research on Niyamagiri movement. So when start talking about the developmental narratives and government narratives, I can relate to my point because I am also doing content analysis on that form.
I requested you to give me in layman terms. What exactly do you mean by narrative? What do you mean?
That is the personal analysis on a particular topic. Like if I am supporting something else or opposing something else, this is my perception how I write in that. So narrative is just like a discipline, one sort like discussing in the print media or it in the digital media.
So discussing something in digital media will have a separate narrative than discussing something on television.
Yes, sir. No, sir. I am only talking about the print media.
Achha, print media will have narrative, television will not have.
No, actually in my content, my question is related to in a print media.
Okay. So print media will have a different narrative.
No, actually sir is talking about the government narratives and developmental narratives. I want to know about more things on that.
You want to know more about that?
Yes, sir.
But what is government narrative and what is
yes. Developmental narratives.
Developmental narrative.
Yes, sir.
To answer your question in layman terms, do you read PIB copies?
Yes, sir. Sometimes I read.
Do read that. That's government narrative. And do you read Indian Express or Hindu?
I read Hindu.
You did. The way Hindu writes it is the journalistic narrative. Right? You ask again this question if you haven't understood or internalized what's the difference between government narrative and journalistic narrative or development narrative after a month. Right, Sumitra? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you.
Sir, there is again another question that I hope this will be the last question. He is Vidhan Krishna from MJMC department and he has asked, how can you get an internship without any reference in a good company or media house? Internship without reference.
Nothing to do with the roundtable subject for God's sake.
Students, for us, they are interested. They are getting so many intellectuals in the forums that they want to ask.
But definitely I can answer this question. One can definitely get an opportunity to act as an intern or to serve as an intern in different media houses. One needs to apply. Possibly they would have a HR department or whoever is in the senior editorial position in the concerned media house. One can definitely apply, and I don't think a reference is always required to get internships. We at Times of India, there are a lot of youngsters who used to directly come to our office, and Rajaram and me used to take in so many narrative interns in Times of India, in so many other organizations. In my present organization also, people directly call us, directly send their CVs, and whenever possible, in whichever way, we take interns. So one needs to try, one needs to put in that effort instead of always trying that one needs a reference, one needs a connection, that so much as networking is required. That is not necessarily true. You should first try. Have you tried? The person who's asking is Vidhan. Have you tried to connect with any media house to give you an opportunity to be an intern?
Sandeep, I'll add one more thing. The first thing that anybody who wants to do an internship needs to do is to be capable of writing and have some publications. If you have that, you show them that I have written this, see these publications, they will take you. As simple as that. Sandeep?
Yeah, definitely. Even without publication, if you are doing your master's in journalism or in any other subject also, you need to approach, you need to try. Definitely you'll get an opportunity, I'm sure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
And Bidan, connections, unfortunately, doesn't work much in media. Or for that matter, any good area. Your capability does. Rely more on capability rather than connections. Except if you are in politics, that's a different issue. Thank you.
Sir, can I start from small media houses? Media house?
Yeah, you can.
Because I need
start from anywhere. You are starting from
I need a platform to show my talent. That's why I think to join small media.
If you have the talent, you will get ample opportunities to showcase your talent. That should not be an issue. In today's world, there are multiple platforms, plethora of opportunities.
Thank you so much.
You can start your own blog and your blogs can go viral. You don't even have to approach anybody. If you are writing good posts, people will start following you and you will become a craze. So that's not an issue. The problem is you take yourself too seriously and you think you are too talented. But at the end of the day, we see a lot of youngsters who can't write a single correct sentence. That is the problem nowadays. And they think that they have been victimized. What Professor Chatterjee rightly said, depend on your capabilities, improve your capabilities. That is what is imperative.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, with this, we have come to the end of the session. I will now request my colleague and head of the Department Sociology, Professor Dr. Rabindra Garada, to give a formal vote of thanks to all our eminent speakers. Over to Dr. Garada.
Excuse me, ma'am. Navinita, ma'am, I have a question.
Yes, yes. Oh, you have a question. Yes, Akshata, you asked the question. Since
Yes, ma'am.
Part 1 of sociology.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
And you just tell
Thank you.
your question is for
Thank you, ma'am.
your question is for whom and what is the question?
Ma'am, it's not actually a question. Actually, it's more like an objection.
Objection? Oh, then it's good. You have every right to object. Yes, you tell.
Thank you, ma'am. So my question or rather objection is for Mr. Sandeep
Akshata, you are not audible. Now tell.
Ma'am, my question is for Mr. Sandeep Mishra. Hello? Am I audible?
Please go ahead.
Sir, as you said, like connections and networking, they don't work in
Akshata, you can write in the chat box. I will ask the question. Akshata, you write it in the chat box. I will ask on behalf of you.
Ma'am, it will take a long time, so please can I ask directly?
Yes, no issue. Ask.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
you can ask. Yes, Akshata, we are able to listen to you. You can ask the question or write it in the chat box.
Ma'am,
I
can
will
I ask
ask.
directly?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, but my personal experience tells that it tells as something else. As Mr. Sandeep Mishra said that connections and networking, they don't work in like media houses in the journalism sphere. They work in politics sphere. But I myself have experienced that this also works in the journalism sphere. Since I had written email to the MD, Times of India, Vineet Jain. Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
For publishing, I had written 3 times once for publishing. As we all know that the Times of India group also owns the Femina magazine, which organizes a national pageant every year. So I had written a poem regarding that to be published, requesting the MD to publish that in their newspaper, which I thought is relevant since they show their, since they publish those events, page 3 events. But my email was not replied.
Let me clarify, Akshata, you have fundamentally, you have very little understanding of who looks after a publication. The MD of an organization doesn't look after any publication. You should have sent it to the editor. So when you are writing to the MD of Bennett Coleman and Company,
yes, sir,
you don't expect him to reply to your messages or mails. So a publication of any poem, you've written a poem, I'm sure you must have put in your best effort, but there is an editorial discretion. In any big organization, there are thousands of such requests which pour in every day. So it's not always easy to accommodate everything. And they have their own editorial team, they have their own writers, they have their own columnists. So as a beginner, when as a young poet, you are sending your poem for a very major publication, it will obviously stand scrutiny. And media houses normally do not have the wherewithal to respond to each such mail. And your very decision to send it to Vineet Jain is not the right thing to do. You should have sent it to their editorial. If you go through the magazine, you go to the print line, there you get the email ID of the editorial department or the concerned features editor or the literary editor who deals with it. So you can send it directly and try. But in an organization like Bennett Coleman, because I have worked there for very long, it's not easy for a youngsters to immediately get an opportunity because the pressure on the editorial department to accommodate stuff like this is very, 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 very high. So it's not about connections and contacts. Even if you have contacts, doesn't necessarily mean you will get published in Femina.
No, sir, not actually. That's a pageant, Miss India.
Yeah, so pageant. If you send to Vineet Jain, what is he supposed to do? He owns the company. He doesn't look after all these things. He's not the operational guy. He's the owner. You have to understand. So for yes, something which you need to approach the block development officer and you send it to the Prime Minister of India or the President of India and you look for grievance redressal, that doesn't happen. You have to understand the processes. I am not saying that contacts and networking doesn't matter. It certainly does. But at your age, when you are young, you should trust your abilities. You should develop your capabilities, and you should honestly work towards establishing yourself based on your merit. As a student of sociology, I'm sure you've read about meritocracy, you have studied about all the stuff. So trust your talents. You are bright youngsters, you will definitely do well. Why are you always looking for the slippery route or for the other way around? Trust your abilities. You will definitely fare well in life.
Okay.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes, but I understand that my son.
Hello.
Just can I request you just to make your question very pinpointed and crispy, because we are running short of time. We will go to our second.
There's no question there. She had sent some poem to Vineet Jain and that was not published. That's a grievance.
Ma'am, I have a question. Can I ask?
Next question.
So can you shift it, my dear, because we are running short of time and we will go to our second session again.
Ma'am, Ma'am, I've already mentioned that question in the chat box before.
Yeah, please fire first.
Madhusmita's question, what is Madhusmita's question?
Related to man like that.
Ma'am, my question is to Madam that how the notion of social science with the critical thinking can give social justice to the pedagogy with respect to the media.
Madhusmita, are you familiar with Odia language?
Yes, sir.
Can you ask us in plain Odia?
Sir, actually, ଆମେ ଏବେ ଯୋଉ current scenario ରେ ରହୁଛେ ତ social science ର replication ଟା ଆମର education ରେ ଆଉ ମାନେ ଆମର pedagogy style ରେ ବହୁତ
Pedagogy ମାନେ କଣ?
Sir, sorry, sir, I'm not much aware about it. Pedagogy.
That precisely mean you do not know what pedagogy means?
Sir, pedagogy is the education system, the way we are studying.
Not educational system. That there lies the problem. Madhusmita, I strongly believe if you can explain something in your mother tongue or any language that your mother speaks, right, then you have understood it properly.
Okay, sir.
I guess
Yes,
there is some confusion within you in framing the question, right? Take some time, frame this question, mail it to ma'am. She in turn can mail to Sandeep, Dr. Chaudhary and myself, and we will respond to your question. All right? Frame your question properly.
Okay, sir. But just that what I know, pedagogy is the practice of teaching. That much I know, that the way the teaching is practiced or usually.
Frame your question properly and mail it to Navnita ma'am, right? We will definitely respond to your question.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I will request our HOD sir, Dr. Ravindra Garuda, to give a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you, everybody. Really, this is a great opportunity that I'll later. But one thing I want to see that everything is going virtual in this world. Reality is no more reality. It is becoming hyper reality. In this context, whole world is moving from a spatial to virtual. Basically, from the sunlight to moonlight type of things is going on. And here, this very important thing is that this topic, whatever we have discussed, and that topic is really relevant, and it is sociological in the sense. It's not necessarily political science and journalists they are going to discuss, and we can discuss it. So formally, I'm just going to say one thing. My teacher is here that what can I say that I'm little bit becoming emotional that I'll tell you little later. But vote of thanks I'm going to give on behalf of the Department of Sociology and on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to the erudite scholar and dignitaries sitting in their virtual location, faculty member, my colleagues, university staff, media person, my dear student, each and everybody who are virtually present for having made this auspicious occasion, inaugural session a grand success. That is what exactly online roundtable on quality education in India, media ethics, social justice in collaboration with OZEC, UNESCO. I am really thankful to everybody. We are extremely grateful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Savita Acharya, for having inaugurated and graced this occasion. In her absence here, Madam, you have encouraged with your magnanimous presence and blessing. We are all inspired by your great words. Once again, we are grateful to you, Madam. I'm really thankful to all the dignitaries who have invited for this occasion, and so we have all immensely acquired the knowledge and insight from the lecture delivered by our invited speaker. We adore and have a high respect to our panelists in roundtable. First of all, I want to convey my teacher. Madam, I'm Ravindra Garuda. I'm your first batch in JNU, And if I remember, you started teaching about the media, and that in the semester, and so this in a long back in 90s. So Professor Maitri Chaudhary, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Madam, you enlightened such a beautiful things that how social science and the journalism and the spirit of the contemporary media in society is very important. Media management is how exactly it will be done. It was nicely also moderated by our Professor Navalita Rath. Madam, we are really thankful for the first time you deliver through our sociology department. I am very much thankful. I am very much emotional also because I could see from you from Odisha, and I am your student, and so that the way you speak, that everything, whatever I remember, it is there in my blood, and because we are trained by you. Thank you so much, Madam. And Professor Basant Kumar Malik, Director Ambedkar Chair, and recently the Chairman PG Council Utkal University. Sir has given the discourse. He highlighted the structural inequality, caste, class, and gender, and also sensitized it. So, sir, we are really grateful that you enlighten us with your discourse, and that is what exactly is giving with some fact. Thank you very much for that. Then Professor Mrinal Chatterjee, Professor and Regional Director, Indian Institute of Mass Communication, Dhenkanal, Odisha. Sir, you are a very patient listener, and you spoke many things: ethics and journalism, principle and practice, and sustainable journalism. That is what exactly is really important today, and also you respond to our queries, and we had a very nice discussion. Thank you very much, sir, once again. And Mr. Rajaram Satpathy, the Chief of News Bureau Ltd, Times of India. Sir, this is you are a very grand man of media house, and you know everything about the up and down of journalism in Odisha, how things is happening. So this is a very critical thinking and responsible journalism, how exactly it will be that you narrated, and that narration is really touching to the mind and heart of everybody, and really we are thankful from our department. On behalf of the department, we are thankful to you, sir. Sanjeev Misra, the group editor, OdissaByte.com, Odisha Sambad. I always consider he's a family member, and sociology department, he is associated with sociology. He's a bright product of this department. Sanjeev, really, I am grateful. I am really happy that, once way my teacher, Professor Maitri Chaudhary, was sitting and she spoke, and I'm really grateful to her. And another way, you are a product of this department, you are the student of this department. And that's so, how this different generation and all we are, and we are concerned with the sociology department, and sociology department has organized such a nice thing, and you deliver very nice talk, and we are thinking to invite you again. Thank you, Sanjeev. And Jayanti Baroda is the director, district reporter, Malkangiri. You know how sensitive area is, and professional journalism she was talking about. I'm really thankful that those who are really working, like P. Sainar, directly going to the field and doing some kind of work and getting popular. Like the people, those who are really working in the field and they're bringing some news and popularizing it. That's a really matter of credit, and that must goes to the people, those who are really doing it. So we are really thankful that you narrated some things, and you gave some pinpointed things how exactly the journalism and ethics go together. So I'm really thankful to my colleague Professor Navalita Rath, who has moderated the valuable lecture delivered by the invited erudite scholars and also provided concluding remarks. We are grateful to you, madam, for insight and encouragement you provided for organizing this program. The credit goes to our convener, Tanaya Mahanti, and Ms. Sasmita Soren, who immensely contributed for organizing this program. So I am really thankful to them, and also I appeal, I solicit you all erudite scholars to bless these two young faculties for their bright future. This is my appeal. Madam Haswati, madam also is here. Madam, thank you. Once again, I am grateful to media person for their interest for media coverage, and I am thankful to the member of organizing committee. The name I am not going to give because the next session will be there, that it will be there. And finally, last but not the least, my student. MA, MPhil, PhD scholar, entire sociology fraternity and other faculty member from the department, different department of the university. All really exactly they are listening to us, and really we are extremely happy for that, and we are always grateful to you and for your participation. Thank you all. This is the program, and the next session will be started. Now I am giving this chair to Madam Namaskar again. Madam Maitri, Madam Namaskar. Maitri. And Namaskar to all of you, and I am just giving to Professor Nabanita, Madam.
So with this, the entire session has come to an end. And it was really a very, very wonderful session because all our speakers, and the chat box is filled with the good things that the students and the participants they have written. So I need not spell it out again. So with this, we are ending the first technical session, and the second technical session, our moderator has already joined. We will be starting with this. So with this, we will just switch off and we will just leave the platform. Thank you. Thank you all. Namaskar. भास्वती मैडम आमर फर्स्ट सेशन जस्ट सरला टिके इलंगेटेड हे गला माने इट वाज अ वेरी लिंगरिंग सेशन आमे आउट टिके 15 मिनिट्स परे आरंभ करबा मैडम अनम्यूट मैडम अनम्यूट कर दिया
मैडम 2:30
मु पचार दोची जस्ट मोमेंट जस्ट कोटे सेकंड मैडम पचारी कोची कारण मु पूरा एठी थिली 2:15 मैडम 2:15
2:15 तो राइट टाइम
हाँ हाँ
से टाइम रे स्टार्ट होबो तो
हाँ हाँ हाँ
ठीक अछि मैडम
तू हमें बंद करबानी
गोटे सेकंड मैडम टिके आसुची
15 मिनिट टाइम कर दबी को
हाँ
Hello, sir.
नमस्कार मैडम।
Hello, sir. Anirudh here. Yes, sir. Looking forward.
Oh, great. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're perfectly fine.
Yes, sir.
Madam, namaskar.
Namaste, sir.
I hope I'm not late. I believe the first session went on very well, very successfully, continued for such a long time.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sasmita Soren from Department of Sociology. Welcome again for this today's session, second session. I call upon Dr. Professor Bhaswati Patnaik, Madam, from Department of Psychology, Utkal University, to moderate this session. And now I want to, or it's my privilege to introduce our guest for this session. Professor Sujit Das is presently the founding director of the Center of Culture, Media and Governance. He has been into teaching and research for the last 30 years. He has been a visiting professor at the York University, University of Windsor, East West Central Hawaii, MSH Paris, and Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Simla. His research has been supported by the Indo-Fez Scholarship, Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, Church Wells India Trust, Ford Foundation, UNESCO, UNDP, ITRC, University Grant Commission, and ICSSR. As student of media, all might have been acquainted with the books like Media and Mediation, The Social and Symbolic Just, to name a few, which was published by the same. Sir, is still having a volume coming on curriculum and pedagogy by Blossomberry, which would soon hit the floor. I welcome you, sir.
Thank
Our
you.
second speaker is Mr. Sampath Mahapatra. You all might have seen him on the NDTV, and of course, he is known to all us as one of the noted and popular journalists from Odisha, known from his critical understanding of issues. Our third speaker is Professor Sunetra Narayan. She is currently the head of publications. She is the author of Globalization and Television, a study of the Indian experience 1990-2010, which was published in December 2013, Oxford University Press, New Delhi. She is the co-editor of the recent book India Connected, Mapping the Impact of New Media, which was published in October 2016 with Safe Publication. And next speaker is Kaushik Rai, is now the senior news editor, The Times of India. And our other participant speakers is Dr. Pranta Patnaik, is presently assistant professor at the Department of Culture and Media Studies, Central University of Rajasthan. Dr. Patnaik is widely published on media in reputed journals. And I welcome Dr. Vidhu Bhishan Das, is an assistant professor and course coordinator at the School of Mass Communication in University. He has won the award of the Church Wells India Trust Fellow at University of London in 2016 and was widely published in many reputed journals. Once again, I welcome all the dignitaries to this session. Over to Bhaswati ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sasmita, for having me here, and esteemed panelist. And I welcome you once again to this afternoon session of this roundtable. As in the, am I audible, Sasmita?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Audible? Yes, ma'am. Yes. As in the first session, we already have discussed that by the other panelist that how we realize quite well that the rise in the significance of media in our lives, be it personal or professional, the rise has been phenomenal. So with coming of age of the reporting in terms of 24 hours broadcasting, or in terms of the popularity of the on the ground reporting, journalism has indeed come a long way. We vividly and gratefully remember how the journalists have risked their lives during the pandemic to air the news of the spread of the deadly virus. And at the same time, we are apprehensive about the risk of the media trials, where the perception of guilt is induced in the public mind even before the court of law has passed the judgment. So that actually raises a fundamental issue of the boundaries of journalism and where to draw the line. The very principles of social justice could be violated if responsible journalism does not become the order of the day. To deliberate upon this important issue, we have a galaxy of speakers today to throw light on the different aspects of the topic. Before I invite the first speaker of this session, I humbly request all the esteemed speakers to please present their views in about 15 to 20 minutes time maximum, so that it will enable us to have the session proceed on time as well as end on time and have some time for discussion as well. Thank you so much. So may I now request the first distinguished speaker of this session, Professor Biswajit Das, who is the professor and founding director of the Center of Culture and Media Governance, Jamia Millia Islamia University, to kindly present his views. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe that we are going to focus our discussions on curriculum, training, and market, as this is the session slated for this afternoon. I honestly would like to confess that I don't know much about, since this is actually on Odisha. So even though I grew up, I studied read old newspapers, or even I did my research on communications in Odisha, but after that, probably there is a huge gap in terms of understanding mapping institutions in the way journalism courses have been shaped in Odisha of late within the last 20, 30 years. There is a remarkable progress and expansion of journalism courses across private or public institutions in Odisha. I would like to sum up giving a kind of a larger macro understanding, then I'll specifically focus on what kind of curriculum design and pedagogies probably, I would like to showcase about what we do in my center. And that is also subsequently coming out next year as a book called Pedagogy in Practice, Media Policy and Governance, coming out from Bloomsbury. As we understand and see the growth and trajectories of past 100 years, we have witnessed a kind of an exponential growth of journalism education in distinct geographies in the country. In fact, scholars have referred to the early individuals and institutions impacting journalism education that stretches from Madras to Mysore to Kolkata and Aligarh and Lahore. In fact, when we map this shift, probably there is yet to be a kind of an institutional history is yet to be written regarding these places.
Would it be please louder, please? It's not much audible, sir.
Is it? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm saying that the past 100 years, I think that the past 100 years have witnessed a kind of an exponential growth of journalism education in distinct geographies in the country. In fact, scholars have referred to the early individuals and institutions impacting journalism education that stretches from Madras to Mysore to Kolkata, Aligarh and Lahore. I mean, of course, there is a detailed institutional history is yet to be written regarding these places, their curriculum and the pedagogy used in journalism education. For instance, I would say that the journey of media education from Madras to Lahore is a long shift in terms of paradigm of journalism education. I mean, this shift equally reflects from an Anglo-Saxon to an Anglo-American perspective of journalism education. Much needs to be made introspections, even analysis in the future years to come. Journalism courses were located under various disciplines and schools within humanities, social sciences, commerce departments, even in journalism schools. I mean, it rose to prominence with a strong interdisciplinary orientation from the beginning. I mean, the early pioneers came from diverse disciplinary backgrounds and brought their disciplinary baggage in shaping the interdisciplinarity of the discipline. But the demise of interdisciplinarity occurred along with the conscious creation of the discipline with an endless recreations across the country. In fact, the identity of the discipline through compartmentalization may have helped in expansion of the discipline and disciplinarians across the country, but this resulted in isolation from other disciplines like any other disciplines in social sciences or humanities as well. But we observe in 90s, we witnessed a kind of a sea change, not only in media technology, but also the geopolitical alignment and information order and disorder. I mean, it integrated the concept of territory, news flows, monopoly of news, news as a public good. I mean, the neoliberal agenda opened up news not only to a marketplace of ideas, but also allowed voices in civil society market to engage with news and journalism. In journalism education or media studies, like in any other discipline, the emphasis has often been more on curriculum rather than pedagogy. I mean, media educators and teachers of media studies generally engage in a variety of ways in classroom teaching, media analysis, media production, policy analysis, and media relating to development. I mean, in fact, the engagement involves inquiry, analysis, communication, evaluation, reflection, among others. I mean, any curriculum design across disciplines could be either teacher-centered, content-centered, or learner-centered, or any combination of the above across entire curriculum or part of it. I mean, there is an educational purpose behind each curriculum design with specific intention to improve student learning. Each of the three curricular designs, as I mentioned, has its defined purpose and how to contribute to student learning. In fact, let me start with the idea of a subject-centered curriculum that gives discipline knowledge in focus, what is to be studied and how it is to be studied. There is a greater degree of standardization without due consideration to student learning styles and approaches, though teachers have the freedom to organize teaching learning with limited flexibility. Now, when we refer to learning-centered, learner-centered, that is a kind of a curriculum where it keeps students' needs and goals in focus, as also individual difference in student perception and ability. Students have a choice in choosing learning pace, learning activities, assignments, that is, institutions, though may find it difficult to spare time and resources for this learner-centeredness. Finally, the most important is problem-centered. I think that is where we find that curriculum flows, an inquiry-based approach in which students choose both selecting problems for investigation and locating problems in real-life context. Problem-based learning and project-based learning fall under the kind of a curricular design. I mean, I would like to showcase project-based learning as a qualitative engagement in designing an interdisciplinary program on media studies, probably the master's program on media governance offered at my center. It provides a critical engagement with evolution, functioning, and dynamics of media policies in the contemporary media environment. Media studies so far has been blind in bridging the gap between professional training and critical social engagement in the field of communication. Moreover, it also neglected the crucial field of media policies that deeply connects the institutions of state, market, civil society, and constantly evolving communication milieu and the mediascape, specifically those relating to the configurations of communications and the processes creating them. In fact, the mediascape in general witnessed unmatched transformations that resulted from the tremendous technological proliferations and percolated into the field, coupled with abundant growth of information with all its dynamism and with an influx of multiplicity of avenues, platforms, sites, as well as actors. In fact, this emerging situation with all its complexities poses challenges to the communication field of media, at least on two fronts. I mean, first, you can refer the governance of these multiple avenues and platforms, though the instruments of appropriate mechanisms, such as regulation and policy formulations to satisfy divergent stakeholders, including the public, become very tricky. Second, in order to generate a more meaningful interface, it became extremely important in developing a systematic, creative, yet we can talk about a critical engagement of the academia addressing the emerging questions posed by multiple sides and actors of Media Avenue, especially with its process and institutions of governance. I mean, in fact, a scrutiny of these challenges and investigating possible ways to tackle those would be equally rewarding in redefining the disciplinary contours of media and communication studies. Moreover, it becomes significant to interrogate the sphere of media and the nature and form of its academic disciplinarity within the centrality of governance, both at operational and theoretical grounds. In fact, the curriculum of this program was structured to provide students with a policy-oriented understanding of media setting. It imparts key theoretical and methodological perspectives from interrelated disciplines to engage with larger issues of the relevance and function of media, understand shifts in media industries, and how these are consequential to the process of governance. I mean, historically, due to the varied interests of the respective stakeholders involved, the process of policymaking had been a site for bargaining, if not contestation, during different historical periods. We can talk about between the colonial government and the nationalists during the pre-independence period, witnessing an environment of proscriptions between the centralized state and plural voices, and after independence till the early 1990s. And then finally, we can talk about between state, market, corporate groups, and civil society after the post-liberalization period, that is 1990s, witnessing a market-centered deregularization. In fact, the academic discipline of media education went through its formative period during pre-independence, consolidated its base, and grew further with horizontal expansion after independence. It was firmly established by meeting the requirements of the market during post-liberalization era. Throughout these different phases of birth, growth, and expansion of media studies, it fed the policy formulations and the orientations of the dominant actors, moving in line with national development initiatives and regulations. Most of the communication studies in the post-independence period were attempts to legitimize state-sponsored projects and justify a kind of a technocratic solutions for social change. Due to the instrumental role of various media in the wider project of nation building, the teaching program of the period were conceptualized as professional course, that is, those imparting training in relevant technological medium towards producing manpower to be deployed in the government's development-oriented communication initiatives. I mean, despite the pronounced expansion of foreign and Indian electronic media, the shift in the ownership of media from state to the market, except for redesigning media education to meet the requirements of the market, the approach towards teaching communication and media has not changed much in India. I mean, in fact, the growth impetus and orientation according to the field of communication within media studies was professional training in respective sectoral spheres, which was demarcated by a horizontal expansion. At the same time, media education accorded the recognition of only as a subfield in social science arena without much of an interest, and that remained a neglected field. I mean, not only the professional and social science thrust of media studies remain separate and non-interactive, but also both avenues as such lacked any theoretical and methodological engagements built into it, and therefore failed in achieving a distinctive disciplinary status. With the immense transformation and that occurred in the social, cultural, economic, and political as well as technological terrains, especially beginning of the 1990s, the field witnessed transformations emanating from two fronts. The first one we can refer, that is a transformation in its traditional literal conception are expanded to entail various forms, that is, numbers of data, text and hypertext, symbols and cultural commodities, all of which may variedly exist in tangible and intangible forms. These forms have legal implications in as much as their production and circulation is shaped by legal and regulatory frameworks existing at the formal level. Second, transformation in perceiving the foundational social science concepts such as culture, nation, state, democracy, and community in general and within the media sphere. These aspects in combination become crucial in shaping the communication process in contemporary period. Moreover, during the post-liberalization phase, challenging its singularity, the centrality of the state itself became a point of contestation. What became the challenge of this phase was addressing the issues that traverse time, space, and territorial sovereignty, though paradoxically the nation-state continued to be the central location for deliberations of communication policy. Hence, communication requires both a systematic engagement and multiple levels of analysis, especially from a governance perspective. Such an understanding of media governance ensures that the relationship between media and governance is understood in both instrumental, that is the role of media systems in governance, and transactional terms, that is governance of media systems. In fact, the 2-year master's program in media governance was designed to provide a policy-oriented understanding of the evolving of media environment. It emerged from a recognition that global media governance could only achieve from conceiving and operationalizing an intense dialogue between research and higher education and those of policymaking. In fact, the objective was to study the interlinkage between media and governance in their innumerable forms at different sites and their grounding in broader political, historical, and economic processes. The aim was to discover the increasing complexity in the governance of media institutions, that is, regulatory reforms, best practices, legal instruments that outline media justice and access and equity. Therefore, the focus was on developing pedagogic advances in both academia and professional training. Throughout the master's program, the significant question was to explore the level to which media, new or old, are shaped by the changes in the implications and processes of modern democracy. Exploring the conventional institutions and practice, the course inspects the media's inner workings and outer structures. In fact, the curriculum is spread over a 2-year teaching program in 4 semesters, drawn out in 20 courses. Each comprises 3 modules to build perspectives, theoretical debates, and methodological standpoints to engage with the evolving media milieu. In fact, the core component of this program aimed to familiarize students with media policy from an institutional perspective. However, different perspectives from media studies and social sciences form a part of the training to apprise and critique media policies. And the program was therefore structured to provide an orientation to different practices and institutions of governance, stakeholder groups, organizations, mediations of corporate, citizen, and social networks to foster a broader understanding of their interrelationships in the workings of media market, policies, and interface with consumer, citizens, state, and market. The crux of the program was to engage with media technologies and how evolving media policy frameworks shape and are shaped by contemporary democracy, questions of advocacy, media rights, and responsibilities. To this extent, the curriculum was designed to introduce students to the need to discern and apprise different facets of state media dynamics, commercial and technological structures, regulations, ownership, and media market structures, and their engagement with instruments of polity and economy. The approach was interdisciplinary, engage with technology studies, politics, law, sociology, and economics, even as communication is retained as it's the central fulcrum. The curriculum was arranged to gradually impart theoretical and methodological orientation towards media policy debates, and the interplay of media and governance in key separate spheres of state, market, and law. So the concept map of this particular course is as an interdisciplinary center, the first consideration of the teachers was to utilize the creative resources and thinking of faculty engaged from diverse disciplines of social science, humanities, law, media studies with a common objective and common goal. It was realized that the faculty had a common frame of reference, that is engagement with communication studies. Although the term communication studies is a relatively new field of inquiry, both in India and abroad, but the teachers did not want to miss the opportunity and engage in nurturing and interdisciplinarity in communications. In fact, the conventional reading of media courses emphasize medium and its use and applications. However, such emphasis has a purchase and purpose subject to the materiality of practice and architecture of the medium under scrutiny. More examination of the medium as a conduit for communication does not provide sufficient ground for theorization, analysis, and understanding. In fact, the idea of technology or technology-mediated communication is very new and dates back to the Industrial Revolution. Though communication is used in all forms of interaction, rarely has it been theorized and analyzed. At best, it remained a meta concept. Hence, the faculty were engaged in situating wider intellectual roots and traditions of communication. Such an exercise transcends the medium-centric view of communication and situates communication within the larger epistemological and ontological traditions of communication. While reviewing the existing syllabi and curriculum across the world, and more specifically in India, we realize that there is a gap between media, capital M, studies and small media studies. While the former pertains to professional skills, production-oriented courses in mass communication, the latter, in fact, refers to media taught in various social science and humanities courses. In fact, the production-oriented courses have evolved over a while and now emerge as a practitioner-based research. However, it has a severe knowledge problem. Rarely these practices are documented and added to the knowledge about the field. The result is a broad divide between practice-based courses and theoretically informed courses. Both the courses had shortcomings. While in the former case, we witness the courses are untheorized. In the latter case, we observe a case of under-theorization, keeping aloof from the debates and discussions in social theory. There is a neglect in both the cases. Along with the institutionalization of media studies, courses and departments mushroomed across universities in India. These developments were at best in the sphere of transformation in technology, thereby undermining the role and relationship between media and society. Similarly, courses taught in media studies across social sciences and humanities could not grow and at best remained as a subfield or optional courses within their established discipline. Hence, we can say that the disciplinary concern of communication remained absolutely fuzzy and amorphous. At best, it was treated as a field of inquiry rather than as a discipline. Before such polemical issues were settled, the question posed by various actors and agencies such as civil society and the market in everyday life and their engagement with communication remained.
Please wind up, sir.
Okay, I remained unaddressed and lacked attention within academia. Hence, the need to survey these agencies, their specific concerns and growing challenges, and explore common ground. So this is what we did a mapping of formal institutions, market, civil society requirements, and this is how we try to fill in and try to develop this course. This is what is called media governance. Thank you very much.
I think that was a wonderful description of very comprehensive description of sir's version of the quality media curriculum or journalism curriculum, and sir has actually very comprehensively described that how curriculum should reflect. It should be a dynamic reflection of the changes that is undergone in the society, and how it should be kind of interdisciplinary, which can equip a particular student to address different issues while becoming professional in this line. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session of yours. We will again get back to you while we discuss more and interact with you and questions from the students too. Thank you so much once again. Next, I request Dr. Pranta Pratik Patnaik, who is among us today, and he's an assistant professor in the Department of Culture and Media Studies, that is Central University of Rajasthan. And I now request Professor Patnaik to please present his views. Please, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have a presentation. Can I share it?
Okay. Would you share the screen, Sasmita, or?
No, I have the.
Acha, you can do it yourself.
Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. All the esteemed panelists and the students and the faculty of Department of Sociology, Utkal University. And I am really grateful to offer my views regarding journalism education. So thanks to Dr. Tanaya for inviting me. And I'm here since the morning, and I was listening to all the dignitaries, and somewhere I could connect my viewpoint with what Professor Maitri Chaudhary and Professor Biswajit Das has mentioned. And I take my position from the perspective of, as most of them said, that they're not a practicing journalist. So I also do not belong to that category. Rather, I come from a different category altogether, where I see myself as a consumer of media, not only as a consumer of media, but also now that I'm teaching in this department. So I'm also a bit familiar with the ways journalism is being taught in our department with an interdisciplinary mode. And what I find myself is in terms of a sociologist among these journalism educators. And why I say that is because of two instances that I would like to mention over here. First is when I came for an interview over here, and the first thing that was asked to me was, how is sociology connected to journalism? And it is no surprise that this webinar is also being conducted by the Department of Sociology, and where we are trying to reflect upon the kind of education, and not journalism as such, but the kind of education that we talk about in this discipline of journalism and media studies. So that was one concern, like when people start to question you, like how do you fit into this department where we are talking about journalism and mass communication. And I think that has a lot to do with what Biswajit Das just mentioned, like how there has been a mushrooming of this specific discipline oriented journalism schools, and those journalism schools try to put some kind of a labels. And that is why I thought of putting this picture of like in a sarcastic manner of how by putting certain labels, we are trying to in a way control the discipline. And that is where the problem arises. And that is where I take my standpoint from, where I would like to argue for a cultural studies perspective in understanding journalism. And the second instance that I would like to mention is about the classroom teaching. And when our students of Department of Culture and Media Studies, they are being taught about how journalism should be and how these are the questions of ethics that you have to follow. And after that, they go for an intensive 1 month internship. And after they return from the internship, the first question or the first statement that they make is, sir, whatever we have learned in the class, that doesn't hold true in the media industry. Okay, so they have a completely different kind of an experience in the media industry in comparison to the classroom teaching. And that leads us to what Professor Minal Chatterjee talked about, the question of ethics. So has this question of media ethics become that redundant? Are we not dealing with this question of media ethics, or should we do away with this question of media ethics, and what counts as media ethics? So that is what this is the backdrop on the basis of which I would like to argue in this presentation. Moving further, where I talk about this kind of a connection between journalism versus cultural studies, and why is it that I want to put this journalism versus cultural studies, because this is what has been going on, a kind of a conflict, you can say, going on between journalism and cultural studies, because most of the journalists or the media educators, they wanted to confine themselves to their own particular disciplinary boundaries. And the invasion, if I may use the term invasion, of cultural studies was considered to be a threat to the discipline. And in the West, if you see, we have people like James Carey, who believes that instead of following a transmission view of communication, let us now shift to a ritual view of communication. So instead of this traditional model of sender, receiver, and the response, okay, let us talk about the entire construction of this communication process, how this communication event is being constructed. But can we then talk about that everything is being constructed? And if everything is being constructed, what then counts as reality, or what then counts as the truth? So these are some of the questions that journalism education had to grapple with when cultural studies started questioning the practice. Similarly, we have sociologist Michael Skurdskan, who talks about a cultural approach and says that the construction of reality is through the cultural givens. So it is not that the journalist is being trained in a particular manner and he reproduces the same kind of the news. Rather, there are certain cultural actors, you can say, or the cultural practices within which we find the journalist. So the journalist is not an isolated individual. A journalist is somewhere enmeshed with this cultural interactions, cultural wave, or cultural relationships, and that decides the way in which the news is being represented. But that again leads to a second set of questions where we are dealing with how the media organization works and how the culture of the society works. So what happens when there is a conflict between this organizational view and the cultural view? And this is where, in a different context altogether, Mary Douglas, an anthropologist, said that the society always wants to keep their cultural categories neat and clean. And when you want to keep your cultural categories neat and clean, you don't want to deviate from the standard conventional cultural norm. And that is where the conflict arises between the professional ethics and the culture of the society and the media organization. So it is within this enmeshed relationship the news is constructed, and that led Richard Hoggart, a stalwart in cultural studies, to believe that the news that is constructed is particularly through the cultural air that we breathe. Okay, so there is a cultural background of the journalist. There is a cultural background of the person who is having that media organization, and that is where we need to understand how is it that the news is being produced, or how is it that a media item is being conveyed through the mass media. So this is something about the Western notion of understanding the journalism practices and how there has been a mismatch between journalism and cultural studies. And we have a lot of criticism in terms of understanding the journalism education or how the media operates. But at the same time, when we come to the context of India, we need to understand that how culture itself is communicative. And we have with us Professor Biswajit Das, who has written 3 volumes on culture and communication, and how there is a kind of an interaction between the cultural aspects of our everyday life and how they have been communicating. So we need to understand that the culture itself is communicative, and this communicative aspect of culture is something which needs to be taught in the journalism education curriculum. And moving further, so I just took this title, like Unhappy Marriage Between Marxism and Feminism, like Unhappy Marriage Between Journalism and Cultural Studies, just to make one understand like how there has been a kind of a misunderstanding, you can say, between journalists and the cultural studies educators. And it is mostly because there has been a kind of allegation, like in the first session, there has been questions like, or one of the speaker like mentioned, like journalist and journalism and media is always bashed, and it is always a fancy thing for the academicians to always bash media. So I think mostly it happened because people started considering that all the reporting is misleading and inadequate on the basis of the premise that some of the reports were misleading and inadequate. So then there comes a need to differentiate between a fact-based truth and an opinion-based statement, because when we are talking about journalism practices, then we need to understand that it engulfs, as one of the speakers says, it engulfs a lot of other activities as well. So it is not necessarily about reporting, but it is also about presenting the facts. It is about investigating. So there are a lot of exercises that goes on when the news is being produced. Okay, and that leads us to question like, how is it that we are going to understand journalism as a practice? And how is it that we are going to teach our students about journalism? The mapping of the communication research in our country, as Biswajit Das sir has mentioned, like how the communication research has moved on from the transmission view of communication, and then when there has been an interpretative turn, how there has been ethnography of media production, ethnography of media consumption, and that is how there has been the shifts in the way media was being understood. And cultural studies, one of the another major misunderstanding that cultural studies has created, or maybe journalists have thought about cultural studies, is when media industries are labeled as ideological state apparatuses, like they are working for the state, and all the workers who are working in the media organizations, they are working for the state, or they believe in a particular ideology. But while I was doing my field work in a particular Odia channel, and I observed the reporters, the strangers. So how is it that their work culture is enmeshed in several other realities? So the reality of earning a livelihood, reality of survival. And that is where we need to understand that not everybody would subscribe to the state ideology or the political ideology. And that is where we need to understand, as Maitri Chaudhary points out, in terms of understanding state censorship, market censorship, and there is something called as, which I would include as a self-censorship. And self-censorship is where the individual chooses where to join, how to report, and sometimes there are no choices available at all. And when there are no choices available at all, it becomes a question of survival. It becomes a question of existence. And it is not necessarily that they subscribe to the ideology of a particular political party or a media organization. So I think these are some of the concerns that led to a kind of a misunderstanding and an unhappy marriage between journalism and cultural studies. So what next then? So how is it that we need to move forward? So we need to understand then what cultural studies has to offer. Okay, so what is it that cultural studies, what comes under the domain of cultural studies, and how is it that we have to relate cultural studies with journalism education? the point of putting this picture is trying to convey the message like how the students who pass out from our department or maybe from other journalism schools, how they are behind the camera. And it is the camera which is like much more prominent, and the skills. Okay, so I'm not denying the fact that the skills are not necessarily, the skills are essential to survive in the world of journalism. But at the same time, as one of the speaker pointed out, apart from skill, there has to be a critical thinking. So a critical thinking of how to use the camera, which angle to use. Okay, and it is not only a skill-based, but also a thinking-based profession. And that is where we need to understand the multiple strands of cultural studies. So cultural studies was basically criticized because it was linked mostly to literature and literary text, and that is, or the textual analysis. But there has been different ways in which cultural studies has originated and have developed and has seen a trajectory in our society. And that is where we need to understand journalism as a cultural practice, and how this cultural practice is involving certain kind of events, certain kind of reporting. And through that, we need to understand the importance of a context. Okay, so how is it, within which context is this news produced, within which context is this event being reported, how it is being reported. So there is a need to be something which one of the media theorists talks about, radical contextualization. So this radical contextualization is very much essential, and that is what cultural studies offers to understand, because it says that there can be not a single truth, rather there can be the existence of multiple truths, and we need to recognize the existence of these multiple truths that journalism can offer to us. So it is at high time that we understand that there can be existence of multiple truths and not necessarily a single truth that is portrayed by the media. And this has become quite a reality with the coming up of digital media, as in the previous session we discussed about the digital media, what it has to offer, the kinds of realities that it has produced, and the kind of freedom that it has to offer. But along with it comes also some of the drawbacks, which we also need to be very careful about. And that leads us to understand how cultural studies can be beneficial for the journalism education. So as Black Lives Matters, as women matters, so journalism also matters. And when we are talking about how journalism matters, we need to understand that there is a need to unleash the limits and encourage a wider consideration of the nature of journalism in contemporary times. So it is no longer, when we are talking about journalism education, it is no longer confined to the old theoretical paradigms. It might have shifted, and the nature of journalism, the nature of media, how it has changed, and how do we then have to grapple or tackle with this kind of an issue where there is the emergence of new media, how there has been the emergence of new journalistic practices that has come up. And that is where we have to invest the journalistic field with critical thinking. So this journalistic field has to be invested with critical thinking. And to conclude, I would like to say that cultural studies offers journalism alternative models of conceptualizing the media with reflexive notions of truth and objectivity to understand more complex network of power, capital, and information. So it is not to deny the existence of power structures that controls the media, not to deny the way curriculum is being shaped in the universities and in the departments, but also to critically engage with the pedagogy. What is it that we have to offer to the students with the coming up of the new media technologies, the practice of writing, okay, and the practice of reading, and most importantly, the practice of critical thinking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Patnaik, for a very precise presentation about how culture provides us with a lens for meaning making and meaning construction, and how media communication is no exception, and how media also conceptualizes everything in the reality with a lens of culture, and how cultural studies provide us with alternative model of how we can conceptualize media and how alternative conceptualization of different concepts that belong to the development discourse can be offered by cultural studies. That's a really a very insightful presentation from Professor Patnaik. Thank you so much. Now I humbly request our next panelist, Madam Kasturi Rai, who is Senior News Editor of the New Indian Express, to kindly present her ideas. Madam, please.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, yes.
Yes, esteemed panelists and participants, good afternoon, all of you. Well, media is not all about journalism. Journalism is a part of media. And academic luminaries have shed light with an academic bent, but mine will be out and out from a perspective of a journalist who has been practicing since the past 26, 27 years in hardcore media. I'm speaking after many learned and many experienced people have deliberated, and I'm sure that many things I'm about to speak may overlap with some other speakers who have spoken. Nevertheless, I would like to speak my mind the way I understand the subject, and which has been offered to me, like curriculum, training, and market. I'm changing the sequence of the subject though, because I'll be talking on market first and curriculum and training next. We are all aware about what happens in a media house. What is the situation of a media house? We are aware that the media industry is in trouble. I don't want to sound pessimistic, but let's accept that apart from a few standout winners operating at the global level, majority of news organizations now have a sustainability crisis on their hands. Being in the profession, I feel it's the working of a vicious circle. So let's talk first things first, which I would like to speak here. Do we look at profits at the cost of standards? That's the first question that affects me when I talk about market. Should media responsibility be limited to a media house's leaning to a particular wing, left, right, or center? Is entertainment media the new news media? And are our future or aspiring journalists trained on facing hardcore questions they need to deal with day in and day out once they join a media house? These questions need to be answered by all stakeholders. When we talk about funding, which is one of the most important facets, lack of fundings have made us lose an entire generation of journalists to industries who offer more pay for less risk, and then we struggle to attract entrants to the field and lag in the professional development required to progress a service industry. We as an industry have not thought of ways to reclaim our lost editorial skills, build capacity and talent pipelines, and aid continuous development of our media professionals. How to fund media houses to get quality news? These are some questions which keep bothering me, and I'm sure many of my clan would agree to me. Sampad Bhai, I'm not seeing him here. He's been a teacher. He's been a colleague with me for a long time. I thought, he would echo my sentiments and views. Coming to market also, I would like to stress on important things like larger rivals, social media behemoths, streaming of video on demand operations, all with much bigger tech teams and stacks. Issues of fake news and disinformation are also affecting the market and challenge sustainability issues. Those all depend on stakeholders like the public, the readers, the employees, the business community, and the government. So the expansion of the internet and the digital revolution also have been a big, have been big agents of enormous change across the field of journalism, and training programs needed to fast reflect that. The internet gave journalists access to gigantic new audiences, not only through websites, but through various social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Google, always there. Worldwide distribution is also available to even the most local provider, and that too at a very little extra cost. Do all these point at one thing, that standards of journalism must change? I question myself about this. because I'm in the market, I'm seeing the market evolve, I'm seeing the market change for good, for bad, or for worse. But the standards of journalism for sure has changed, though I don't personally agree that it should change. Come what may, the principles and fundamentals of journalism must stay as it is, strong. It must evolve, but for the good. Till recently, I never heard a journalist of having a target. When I started working in 1994-95, I was only asked to follow the principles of journalism, to follow the ethics that have been inculcated in us. And I was a part of an institution which offers a 9-month diploma course. I was a student of Indian Institute of Mass Communication. And what we did in 9 months was, inculcated with all the values that are required to pursue a career in any kind of media. It could be journalism, it could be public relations, it could be broadcast media, print media. And but suddenly when I got into a digital platform and I was helming a team of 15-20 journalists, I was shocked to see everybody given a target. What was the target? The target was to achieve how many crore real-time views on the website stories. And that was a big shock for me as a journalist who has worked on targets like how many special stories are you filing this month? What is your contribution to this sector? How many stories can you churn out on this? How many columns can you write on this? These were my target till then. Definitely a shock for me to get a target to achieve 1 million views, real-time views, and then the revenue is directly associated with it. So hasn't the shift from entry to senior journalists running after content for real-time views not reflected in the way people look at media in general and its importance in the present day? I mean, these are the questions, I struggle with them every now and then. Somebody for whom newsroom has been a second home. So the profession of journalism now, I feel, demands a drive or a passion more than, the theory classes that we are taught in institutes. As the previous speaker, Professor Pranta Patnaik, and I think it was Mr. Patnaik. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. But he also said that, the theory classes do not match with the reality that journalists face in the actual life scenario. I agree, degrees and postgraduate degrees help students pursue research and academics, but that's not the purpose of training in journalism per se. Mass communication, yes. Journalism per se, if you say that, I would disagree that, it's something to do with, give importance to something like research and academics. But journalism per se is people who are willing to practice journalism as a career option. I'm a visiting faculty of many an institute and feel most of the course being taught is theory heavy. And most teachers teaching basic nuances have absolutely no experience as practitioner of journalism, which is why the classroom teaching deviates from what we find in the real life scenario. Coming back to the topic, how do we expect journalism to cling to the principles and values of good journalistic practice that long predate the digital age, but whose relevance and worth remain undiminished? Apart from all those internet users interested only in reinforcing their own prejudices, I think there are plenty of others who are seeking trusted guides to lead them through the chaotic information revolution in the modern age. And journalism needs to offer that guidance and to continue to expose wrongdoing and hold power to account. This means that quality journalism produced to high standards is at a premium in the technological era. To be equal to the task ahead, we will need energetic young journalists who are fully at home in the digital space. And am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and people journalists who continue to fulfill their democratic responsibilities of a free press against a framework of sound values, proper conduct, and principled practices. For training our journalists, the curriculum must help students master the core practical skills of good reporting. seeking reliable sources, evaluating information, presenting what they have learned in an accurate, fair, and attractive way. So that is why the simple print news story, I'm not saying because I'm in the print, I also had a stint with broadcast and digital, but when I came back to the print, I just had a different outlook, towards the whole arena of journalism, that the print story still is a valid and valuable template. Everything about the way it is produced is an important element of the solid grounding we should be striving to provide for all our aspiring journalists. It doesn't matter that the printed newspaper may not even exist in 10 or 20 years from now. Whether the news is delivered on a sheet of paper or on a computer or telephone screen is of secondary importance. What matters is the quality we practice, the quality of practice we inculcate among the future generation, the reporting skills that have been brought to bear in creating the news. And these are the things that do not need to change. They are fundamental and critical to the quality and eventual survival of professional journalism in digital age. I remember Professor Adarsh Kumar Verma, who was my faculty at IIMC. He is a renowned journalist, and he was with Statesman for over 26, 27 years as the editor. And he's no more now, but I always remember his mantra. He used to propel us to join the print for at least 2 years before shifting to the broadcast medium. Now I understand why. Print journalism lays a strong foundation, as most of us journalists here would vouch for. And can the institutes make it a part of the curriculum that everyone must spend 2 years in print before venturing into broadcast or digital? I'm saying this because many students in my classrooms, when I take a few classes as guest faculty, I find people keen on joining broadcast media just to be in front of the camera, to be anchors. They think it's something about glamour and glamour. But I don't think that should be that should not be a reason why people should join the profession of journalism. I'm not saying anchors or people in front of the camera have nothing to learn from, have nothing to give to the society or nothing to learn about the principles of journalism. But yes, it's pertinent to mention that the core values of journalism, if inculcated once inside you, you practice it for 2 years, you are ready to go for any kind of medium. But yes, the training in print is a must. The institutes, I would request, and I appeal always, must ensure that there is a smooth intake of people into print journalism sphere, so that people get a lot of exposure to how things happen in the real life structure. I feel journalism is a knowledge profession. I feel journalists who pursue the profession are in the know of things, more informed than anyone else in any other profession. The job demands that amount of commitment to have a wide base of information. I'm not saying they are be all and end all, but yes, they have to keep abreast of anything that's happening around them. That's because they inform the public at large. The media are the major storehouse and disseminator of information that we all know and we agree. We teach it in the class also, which makes the quality of journalism a central issue of democratic governance as well. It's thus important to refine and reinvigorate the curriculum to better educate journalists who will be at the forefront of diffusing knowledge to the next generations. In today's changing world of news consumption, journalism schools should be exploring the technological, intellectual, artistic, literary possibilities of journalism to the fullest extent. I'm not saying that it's a very difficult target to achieve, but yes, it is achievable given the curriculum that I'm seeing in the present day context of degree colleges and universities, which offer undergraduate and postgraduate courses. We need journalists who are superbly trained, intellectually rigorous, steeped in knowledge about the subjects they report on. They are steadfast about their ethical standards and courageous in the pursuit of truth. But there are certain things I would like to lay out here is general competence, practical technique, process competence, professional ethics, and subject competence, as Professor Das mentioned in his speech. Time to introspect for all institutes imparting journalism courses, not for anyone. Subject competence is what the universities must lay emphasis on while devising the curriculum, is what I feel after so many years in this field. Weak knowledge base can also stunt entrepreneurial reporting because the journalist lacks the understanding. So the other competencies like practical techniques, process competency, and professional ethics are less fully dependent on what the university can uniquely offer. So first, the market needs are to be incentivized to get experienced editorial staff back into the industry as far as market is concerned, ensuring a pipeline of talent eager to join as far as market is concerned, being able to afford the talent of afford the talent with new skill sets, which is important. As far as the curriculum training of the institutes is concerned, institutes need to take quality students into the journalism course and not all and sundry who do not have a clarity of purpose. I would stress on this. Just because we have 40 seat capacity, the first step in ensuring that we have a good talent pool who are trained in 3 years or 4 years to get into the industry, there should not be any compromise on the quality of the students who want to join. Let it be as tough as other professional courses that people vie to join in the present generation. Many students say they enter the course to test the waters. They don't have a purpose. I speak to them off and on. Taking in less number of students who are not average but good, and entrances must be tougher. I would talk about curriculum after entrances only, because only when you take a good talent pool are they going to reflect their standards, are they going to show their persistence to learn more, and brainstorming also through group discussions in the classrooms about none of the students, I'm surprised, read newspapers in the morning, and they still are students of journalism. I'm shocked. Making practical training at media outlets are rigorous, internal lab works with more emphasis on practicals rather than theory. Making students realize that media is not all about glamour and glamour, but substance to be the informer of society at large. For other stakeholders, to repair the pipeline of new talent coming at the new recruit level, we could institute a media studies program where an appropriate amount of students every year may join accredited media houses after completing their studies, maybe in government-funded media houses also, similar to that of medical fraternity in some countries. For those who formulate the curriculum, there's a lot to be desired and enacted, including journalists of experience. While devising courses of study, it will do immense benefit, because the people who work on the field, if we have a larger number of experience, need to interact with students on a day-to-day basis for students to be infused with theory and practical. But yes, the evaluation system also, I feel, is a little skewed. Practicals are given less marks, whereas theories are given very heavy marks. It should be ideally for somebody like me who wants people to be trained properly, I would want it at 60-40. 60 is practical training with theory, 40. That could be a good kind of. There are others to formulate, of course, and the strictness to allow people with a PhD degree only as a teacher in institutes like journalism is something it's very difficult for me to accept, because somebody can do a PhD while teaching also, but a journalist with an experience of 10 years would be far more effective in passing on the information to the future generation of journalists on what we face in real life and how things are. And the last word, journalism is not English, maths or management. It's hardcore practice profession. It's a practice profession. Students need to learn practical from day one. We need to train students who are theoretically sound but practically strong enough to jump into action. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for being patient.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your experience as a practitioner and also throwing some important lights on the market of the industry of journalism, and also about the curriculum at large, and how you also feel that the standards should definitely change, and the conceptualization that it's only glamour and no substance would not run in the long term. So I think that was a quite very interesting and a very different perspective coming from a practitioner for a long time, 94, and a long way to go, and best wishes. Thank you very much, and we'll again come back to you, ma'am. And next, our esteemed panelist is Professor Sunetra Sen Narayan, who is from IIMC New Delhi. So I would request you now, ma'am, to present your views.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank Dr. Tanya Mohanty, you yourself, Professor Bhaswati, and all the faculty from the Department of Sociology at Utkal University It's always a pleasure to serve on a panel with erudite speakers such as Professor Bishwajit Das and others. I'm glad to see IMC Connect in Ms. Ray. If you allow me, I can share my PowerPoint. How much time do I have? 20 minutes or 15 minutes?
Ma'am, I think you'd at 3:40 you can close.
Sure. So I'll just share my PowerPoint. Please allow me to.
Would you like to share the PowerPoint?
Yes, I'd like to share the PowerPoint.
Yes, please, ma'am. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. I think you are in mute mode, ma'am.
Are you able to see the PowerPoint?
Now it's started presenting, and yes, we can see now.
Okay, all right. So the previous speaker spoke about pedagogy, about cultural studies and journalism studies. I'd like to speak about, and also the from a practitioner's viewpoint, the curriculum development and the skill set needed. I'd like to talk about some of the current issues in media education, but the frame of reference will probably be the future, with the link between media education and the new the new educational policy. So I just that's the approach I'm going to take. It's I should finish within 15-20 minutes. Okay, so the new education policy of 2020 has replaced the national education policy of 1986. It is both a guideline and advisory. As we all know, it's replaced the 10+2 system, but it's now a 5+3+3+4. That's the kind of breakup in the schooling, and it's emphasized education which is holistic, multidisciplinary, multilingual, inclusive, equitable, and India-centric. So these are some of the words that are thrown up in the document, and some of the areas of emphasis. It's also kind of underlined the issue of self-reliance, knowledge society. So we would have to be rethinking our pedagogy to plan for the future in media education in the light of the new educational policy. But even the corona pandemic and the strides in digital technology are forcing upon us a rethinking of our curriculum anyway, okay, because we have all been forced to move into a online teaching mode, and we've had to grapple with many issues which maybe we would have taken 5 years to come into, but we were catapulted into that. So while we are just sort of struggling with translating a physical degree or a program into an online, I think for the future, and keeping in mind some of the principles that have been set out in the new education policy, we need to actually rethink a pedagogy for media education. So media education, what are the issues? It has already been introduced as a school subject at the +2 level. I remember attending meetings in NCERT where the curriculum for media studies and media literacy and all was being debated, and a textbook was being written. So that's already there. But how do we develop a dynamic syllabus for media education at different levels, starting from the higher levels in school to undergraduate to postgraduate? Because this is beyond just journalism education, it's media education more broadly. How do we make them sort of build upon different levels and yet add value at every level. Okay, and then there are the problems of the new education policy, which has emphasized that the curriculum should be rooted in India, and yet it should be globally competitive. So I believe this session, one of the part of the topic of the session is the market. So to be globally competitive, the media environment is changing very rapidly. I think there was a CMIE report which said in the last so many years, I think a lot of media jobs have already been lost. So do we reflect a new curriculum to train people for the future when they may not be doing what we traditionally call media studies or journalism today? I mean, if you're going to respond to the market, the market already in our placements at IMC, and IMC is one of the leading institutes in India, we are seeing a lot of organizations coming to pick up our students who are not traditional media organizations, and this is even for journalism students. They are digital platforms, they are specialized websites, they are all kinds of organizations, So the media market, if you will, is already changing, but our curriculum is somewhat not able to adapt that fast. So I think this is a good place to start flagging some of these issues. So not only in response to the new education policy, but also the rapidly changing needs of the market and the media market, the changes are being thrust upon us, okay? Then we have the old issues which some of the previous speakers already flagged, what percentage of our curriculum do we devote to theory, or how much do we give to practice? But when we're looking at modes of learning which are already online or blended, part of it is being thrust upon us by the corona. We are already grappling with issues of rural versus urban. Some of our students are joining us from almost like rural areas where connectivity is still very poor. So we are having to adapt to teaching them the same curriculum. Some of them want just recorded lectures, which we send them on WhatsApp. Some of them are unable to join without their video. They only join with their audio. So there are all kinds of issues that we're dealing with right now, but they would have to be, some answers have to be found for these problems of equity, let's say, of students from different backgrounds in different geographical locations. Now, I would like to just flag one issue on this, because journalism and media is it's a combination of theory and practice. The problem with a curriculum which only looks at practice is that with so many issues evolving, especially with digital media, I feel if they don't have the big pictures to some of the theories of how do you interpret what you see in front of you, we're going to have a problem of students not understanding the why issues. So they may know how to make a good technical report, but they won't know the right questions to ask. So which is why I feel that the place of theory is going to continue to be important. And with the onslaught of digital communications, things are only going to get more difficult to understand with so much misinformation out there. They need some tools to be able to interpret what they see around them. And I think those are theoretical tools. So while practice is very important, we, of course, keep reskilling our own students at IMC. Every year we teach them a different skill set. But I believe that theory is important too. What else do we look at as we look to the future and media education? When we look at media education, we are meant to prepare our journalists for a knowledge society. These are all linked to the new educational policy. But knowledge society also requires continuous learning. So as the speaker before me stressed, there are new ways to evaluate your output. There are new ways to do your output as a journalist. So we have to be able to have a curriculum that reflects the ability to learn continuously, because we can train them for 9 months or 1 year. It's never going to be enough. By the next year, they would need a new skill set. So maybe a more critical approach to media education, where we look at how do we deliver the skill sets that help students build on this for the future, that creates in them a mindset which makes it easier to absorb new skills. So to teach the ability to learn in the future has to also be done in a scientific way. Now, when journalism education was done like 2 decades ago, there was still a limited number of, if you're looking at media studies, there were limited number of newspapers, there were limited number of channels, there were limited number of journals in the field. There were some classic books that you would say, okay, this has to be on your reading list. Today, there's a increase in the amount of things people have to know exponentially, okay? It's very hard for them to keep up because they have to know there are so many more journals, there's so many more publications, there's social media, which is a must for a journalist today. They have to know what's breaking on whichever social media. They have to know so many more softwares. It's becoming very hard to deliver all this within that short period of time. So there has to be a process by which you allow some amount of specialization or some amount of, okay, you learn this, but that's at the cost of you leaving out that. So who's going to make all these decisions? You know, part of it is driven by the market. This skill set is out because the market doesn't want it. That's one way of looking at it. But is that the best way or the only way? These are questions that we are grappling with every time we sit down to revise our curriculum, okay? There is also an emphasis on how do you apply your knowledge to the current situation. The current situation is evolving. Do you every time teach a new set of even theoretical frameworks? How do young people make sense of the world around them, okay? I think I've already touched upon the issue of developing skills for lifelong learning because that is really the order of the day. But as a media educator, don't we need to also ask ourselves questions such as, in this world of digital media, especially today, where a lot of our lectures are online or a lot of our resources are online, how do people really work? How do they understand? How do they learn? We don't really operate from any theoretical framework of understanding ourselves as teacher, as to how does the brain work? What's a better way? Should I have 10-minute, modules and have a 5-minute break? These seems like superficial things, but it can make a tremendous difference to the impact of that learning, right? So these are things that we are grappling with. We are thinking that, okay, should I shorten the class to 45 minutes and have a break in between where we give them a 5-minute quiz? So these are things that improve learning outcomes, and I think they're built into the pedagogy also now. Do we take insights from cognitive sciences today? Do we look at horizontal networks, which is part of the whole new media sphere? What do we look at in terms of, because today so much of learning is more horizontal rather than just teacher to taught, it's peer learning. So we have to build that into the curriculum as well. So student requirements have changed. They want more applied learning. This is to connect to the earlier speaker who said, you have to look at more practical. That is what the students themselves, are asking for. But at the same time, as teachers, I think we have to deliver that small nugget of theory to connect to the applied stuff. So digital technologies have empowered many of our students. For the future in foreign universities, we're already seeing as part of a media studies program, they're already using augmented reality, they're using some amount of AI. It's not really there in our curriculum as yet. Maybe in future we could have some testing and all, which we can just run through a software which would save our time, right? So the pandemic has really disrupted the global economy. Just when things were settling down, we are thinking, the global growth rate is going to pick up, jobs are going to come back. There's a new variant, the Omicron, right? So again, there's, talk about the global economy being at risk, job loss, again, slowdown. So many sectors that were adversely impacted during the pandemic, I don't know if they'll really ever recover. So we have to look at reskilling in the light of this increased uncertainty, global uncertainty. Where are the media jobs going to come from? Which sector? How? What's going to be different, right? So already we are looking at blended learning. We're looking at collaboration and learning communities. We're looking at increasing amount of knowledge being driven through students questioning and their a more demand-driven approach. There is a curriculum, but the way you can deliver that curriculum could be more interactive. Yeah. So social media also helps in developing communities of practice. Informal learning takes place all the time among students from social media itself. How do we look at that? How do we build in that? There are also lot of resources out there. The EPG Pathshala, I know Professor Das has done stellar work in this. There are MOOCs, there are TED Talks, there are so many resources which can help for us to run our courses. I find students today are more independent. They seek more answers from multiple resources. So in any case, as teachers, you have to be that much more flexible, that much more nimble to be able to offer them value. And also for the future, we're going to see there's going to be some amount of learn on demand for reskilling, re-education, and so on, right? So not only teaching, we need new models for assessment. How do we examine people in the new curriculum? What are the markers of success? Should they upload a YouTube video and we look at the number of clicks on it, which would prepare them for a job down the line where they are measured in output in numbers of clicks on their, to link to the earlier speaker. So all the time we are having to rethink models of assessment. But in the future, we are going to be looking at more self-directed and adult online learning. It's not just amongst journalists, but the average person during Corona, if they had access to some amount of digital media, many people have taken courses, they've taught themselves stuff from YouTube. So that is informally happening. But we're going to have to look at it in a more formal manner. So learning itself would have to be more flexible and accessible. But at the same time, we can't really avoid thinking about the digital divide. That is an issue. Some of our students at the end of the last course told me that, we are very sad the course is over. We are very relieved to get our diploma, but we are very relieved not to have to stay at our mobile phone from 10 to 4:30 or 5. I said, but why weren't you learning on your laptop or your tablet? They said, ma'am, we can't afford a tablet. We can't afford a computer. We've done our whole course on a small mobile, and we have shared the data with our whole family. So these are the realities of some of our students. How can we not think about it when we look at curriculum? How do we teach? So anyway, the global changes are such that digital media is also pushing a change in power dynamics between the teacher and the taught, because the taught are getting more and more empowered, I think, vis-a-vis the teacher. The teacher is becoming more and more a kind of a guide, a mentor, and less of a traditional, I know everything and I'm going to teach you kind of thing. It's more like collaborative. Obviously, we're going to see increased use of technology in the years to come. What are the challenges? The challenges, I'm running out of time, so I'll go through it quickly. We need more infrastructure, whether it's physical institutions or virtual. Obviously, virtual would deal with connectivity. We need more training of trainers for the Media Education Center. We need affordable fee structure for students who are underprivileged. We need the relevance of curriculum to the market. I've already talked about this. We need to look at how employable they are through the current curriculum we have. We need to have affirmative action, and yet we need to be globally competitive programs in foreign universities are more disciplinary than many of ours. They already incorporate many other tools and techniques. So what are the challenges? Quickly to wrap up, we have a digital divide which is still there. 400 million Indians still don't have the internet. We have many rural and remote areas which have frequent power failures. Many can't afford a smartphone or tablet. There's the recurring cost of data. Geo is there in some remote areas, but in others, there are problems of expensive data. Physically sharing a space in the online learning mode, they don't even have a room where they can, attend their class. To move on, the new education policies talked about opening up the education sector to foreign investment, but corporates such as Google, Facebook are already committed to investment in education. But is that the best way to go? We know that some of these big tech giants work on the model of surveillance. It's a surveillance economy. So wouldn't public service models of education be better for our country in the long run? So these are all issues that we need to debate. So problems also remain in measuring media education in terms of qualitative aspect. It's not enough to say I'm offering so many programs and we are churning out X number of hours and X number of students. How well are they trained to do the job they are? What are the qualitative ways we're looking at education remains a problem. We also have problems of giving enough scholarships to our students who really need it, who are bright, who can do the job, but they can't afford the fees. So last slide, since the session is called in East India, I think we have about 100 plus colleges and a dozen universities in West Bengal offering journalism and mass communication. In Odisha, we have IMC's branch, then we have Ravenshaw, Berhampur, and you know better, 3 or 4 universities which offer journalism. You also have private colleges and universities. I think one of the issues that is probably an important issue, but as I said, I haven't really worked in the East, and I'd welcome you to correct me if I'm wrong. There is not enough training in language. IMC offers a journalism program in Odia, but how many offer in Bangla? And I remember in 2003 to 2006, IMC ran a all India program for training mid-career journalists. And we had, I was the course coordinator for the Delhi and Calcutta. And we trained in English and in Bangla. And it was very refreshing to see how much the working journalists could learn. But there was not good existing programs in Bengali language and journalism at that time. And I really don't think there are even today. So since I don't want to take more time, it's over 3:40. I will stop sharing my PowerPoint, and thank you very much for giving me this chance to speak.
Thank you so much, Professor Narayanan, for this very engaging talk about the current issues in media education, and how you rightly pointed out that the continuous learning per se, that is what has to be infused in the students, so that when they become practitioners, they need to update themselves continuously, and partly the formal use of social media that you rightly pointed out, that we do it informally, but the conscious use of the educational media through the social media channels, that is a very new thing to learn. And mass media, like the media studies, when they focus or when they direct the students' thinking to how they process information, and how conscious are they that when they have to pursue a career of journalism, how they need to continuously update themselves. And the course per se, any journalism course per se, cannot possibly cover every aspect of the what journalism should encompass, because the vast course and very little time, it is very it is an impossible thing to give justice to everything during a 2-year or less than 2-year course. At Utkal also, we have a self-financing course on journalism that is offered by Public Administration Department at Utkal. So that is what matters, is how you infuse the skills of continuous updating of skills and continuous learning to further one's career. That we have seen, I have some journalist friends who say that within in very less period of time, they have to prepare a topic and present it before the mass. So that is what is the continuous learning is all about, and how the grasping of the situation very quickly and to reflect on it and simultaneously communicate. All these skills are the most important skills in journalism, and the curriculum should encompass that, apart from all the important things that you shared, ma'am. Thank you so much for this engaging talk and presentation. Our next panelist on the board, we have Dr. Bidhu Bhushan Das from KIT University. He is teaching at the School of Mass Communication, KIT University, Bhubaneswar. Welcome, sir, and we request you to start your presentation now, please.
Thank you, ma'am. May I share my presentation? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
May I share my presentation?
Want to share a slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Is my slide visible?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Bhashwati ma'am. I convey my regards and thanks to Pranaya ma'am, who gave me this opportunity to share my viewpoints in this August gathering, where Professor Das, Professor Sunita Narayan, Dr. Pranta, and Ms. Rai have already presented their ideas about curriculum, training, and market. And my talk will be more focused on curriculum and training, not market. Though I have worked around 2 years as a journalist in vernacular mediums in Prajatantra and Pragatibadi when I was a student of Utkal University. In fact, I am the product of that department of journalism, not department. In fact, the department was political science at that time, and right now it is public administration. The program was Development Journalism and Electronic Communication, DJEC. So I completed my master's from Utkal in 2005 to 7. That is my identity with this scope, this program, with my talk. So it's a great program with 2 sessions. We have discussed a lot about curriculum and training, so many points may be repeated. So excuse me for that, but I will try to bring some practical and especially the realities what we face when we design curriculum, we train people, what happens and what is the expectation of the students, and what is the expectation of the administration, what is the expectation of the teachers, and what is the tussle between all these stakeholders. So when we talk about the in fact, this is the theme and session. We know my focus will be quality education, quality journalism education in Eastern India, and more focus on training and curriculum. So coming to curriculum, so we know what is curriculum. Okay. The next is, broadly speaking, curriculum is the list of the courses, a list of the courses which are taught as part of any program. So if you look at journalism education, Professor Das has already told about the history of journalism, and other speakers have also talked about the history of journalism education in India and even in east part of India. So if you look at the curriculum of the journalism education, it's very problematic for me. In fact, it's very autoethnographic approach I will take to tell the stories, what difficulties, challenges we face. In 2015, when I was working in Indian Institute of Management, Kashipur, Uttarakhand, I was invited to deliver a talk in the Department of Communication, Agricultural Communication, on G.B. Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, which is the first agriculture university in the country. And my talk was on development communication as a sub-discipline. Because I did my master's from Utkal on development journalism and electronic communication. And I thought, let me prepare a talk on development communication as a sub-discipline in broadly journalism and communication, if you will consider that as a discipline. When I revisited the course curriculum, what I was the part I learned during a master's, I became astonished. There is nothing new as development communication as such. So it's just like any mass communication course, except the nomenclature of the program. So when I'm questioning my curriculum, I always do self-reflection kind of thing. So I'm the alumni of the Utkal University. So if I'm questioning Utkal University, then I'm questioning myself. I'm questioning the total media academia fraternity. So there is nothing personal allegation or personal attack to any individual or institution in my talk. It's all about self-reflection and reflection on the curriculum, what we teach and what we practice. Then when I revisited the curriculum, what I had learned during master's, I saw there is hardly any development component in that. So we can understand that the curriculum, the way we design, maybe in Odisha, east part of India or the whole country, you can say without any introspection, without any critical thinking, we simply do copy and paste. So we have to admit that as we are in a media academics, we have to admit that. So when we do copy and paste of the curriculum, how can we expect that our students will get good salary, good package, good honorarium? What Mr. Satpathy, Rajaram Satpathy, who was my teacher during my master's stage, was raising the point. In media industry in Bhubaneswar, which is the state capital, average income may be 10 to 15,000. So we can't expect that media industry will give a good amount of salary to the people, those who don't know how to write a good copy. It's so simple. Okay. So because the first is the curriculum, and in fact, Ms. Roy has raised a point that before curriculum, in the process, how we take the students. That is also a very valid concern. And then the curriculum, and the majority of the curriculum, in fact, when the school where I'm working, School of Mass Communication, KIT deemed universities, it's one of the youngest school in KIT University, and as it's the youngest school in the university, and I took responsibility of the school, and I'm involved in the process of designing the curriculum from day one. So in that process, I have reviewed around more than 300 syllabuses in India. And every day you can say, I look at this curriculum or that curriculum and what is there and what is not there. And the most interesting fact, if you review the curriculum of the universities, you will find many dark space or triangle, quadrangle and images kind of thing. And you can read that. And you can understand that it is totally copy and paste syllabus. Because the font size in the computer may not support you, may not support the document, so then it will create some different images there. And this curriculum is totally, because today we're discussing about journalism education curriculum, and what I see, most of the curriculum are media-centric rather than being journalism-centric. So hope there are some students here, I think more number of students are here than the practitioners or the media academicians. Let me clarify you. When you say media-centric list, like print, radio, television, new media, mobile, these are the media-centric. So we look at the production house and then we think what kind of courses we will teach them. Instead of going to journalism principles and practices, we teach them some media-centric courses. And many of the syllabus, if you revisit many of the syllabus, they have not come out from their reporting and editing format. Journalism today, in the third decade of 21st century, journalism has gone beyond reporting and editing. We have to understand that. The students who are coming out, passing out from J schools, they are not limited to only print, radio, television, and new media. So in this context, we have to redesign our course, which may go beyond media-centric course, may go beyond reporting and editing format. And in fact, I reviewed, for this talk, I reviewed a good number of syllabuses from east part of India, especially from Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, and Bengal. In fact, Sunitra Ma'am raised a point about language journalism. In Odisha, what happens, except OSU, Odisha State Open University, most of the universities, they teach in English, whereas the students produce content in Odia. So we can understand the gap. We will ask them to write the paper in English. We will take the classes in English. And if we feel uncomfortable, then we will switch up to mother tongue. But they have to write their answer in English. When they will join in the industry, and you can say 80%, 90% students go to Odia industry, and they will write in Odia copy. They will write copy in Odia, and that's the challenge. But in case of Bengali, and in Bengal, many colleges teach in Bengali. That's the difference. So when they teach in Bengali, and obviously students will produce better copy if you do a comparative study between Odia copy writing, copy editing, and Bengali copy writing and copy editing, you can understand that. So because the way we practice the curriculum, the approach we take, that is problematic. And there is a dichotomy, or you can say there is also one kind of love and hate relationship between practitioners and the academicians, or the theoreticians and practitioners, or practice and theory, something like that. Okay. There is always a, you can say, tussle, a contestation, a conflict between these two groups. In fact, they can't divorce each other. They have to remain in the same fold, in the same space. They have to accommodate each other, what's lacking. And as a result, some institutes, especially you can say, after neoliberal policy, booming of private education, privatization of education, you can say the institutes of the universities, private universities and institutes, they are giving more focus on skills because they can afford softwares, they can afford equipment. Whereas the public universities, we know that there are some public universities that are using 80s, 90s equipment. And if public universities are using 90s equipment and expecting the students when they are joining in the industry to be well equipped with the equipment, how can it be possible? At the same time, in the private universities, though there are the softwares, there are the, you can say, equipment, but there may be the lack of content creation part. There may be lack of orientation part. So in fact, there is not a holistic approach to understand the journalism. So we always segregate them, either skill or the content or the perspective. No, we have to understand journalism is a mix of both. We have to be skilled and we have to have perspectives. That is very important. And when we are talking about the disciplines, in fact, journalism is more, or you can say it's the a transdisciplinary kind of subject. It's not interdisciplinary. It's not the subset of social science. It's not the part of sociology. Okay, it has crossed all the boundary. It's transdisciplinary, and we have to think how many percentage of arts, science, commerce, physics, philosophy, we have accommodated in our journalism course. That is very important. So, in the UNESCO model 2007, if you refer to that, you can see that. It's clearly mentioned, if somebody has studied undergrad in journalism, how many percentage of arts and science components should be in their master's curriculum? If somebody is coming straight to master's in journalism without studying journalism at undergrad level, what must be the percentage of arts and what should be the percentage of arts and science component in that curriculum? So that is very important. We have to understand that. And the more important thing that nowadays, when you prepare the curriculum, we become managers. We are less academic and more managers. So we take the managerial aspect, we look at, we do the survey, we do understand the student's preference, student's choice, parents' preference, okay, market preference, and we all do all these things. Then we do the curriculum. That is important. No contestation on that. But at the same time, we have to bring academic rigor. Academic rigor, when I say academic rigor, it includes practice rigor also. Next. So, curriculum I have discussed few points already in the curriculum slide. How we can bring curriculum to classroom practices, and it can build the capacity of the students. The interesting part, in Indian course curriculum structure, who design the course, who teaches? Somebody will design the course, it will be approved, and somebody will teach. You can say 90% above teachers, they don't design their course. If teachers are not designing their course, how can they use proper pedagogy, proper content, proper cases, proper assignments? So the problem lies there. We don't design our course. Our course is designed, somewhere it is designed by our predecessors, you can say. It's so problematic. So it's not up to date. We don't design our courses. We teach the courses which is designed by somebody else. And what kind of pedagogy we use, that is also very important to discuss. Is there any space for practice in journalism schools? In reference to Ms. Roy was talking about print journalism. For instance, if you go to some leading European, US, or developed universities, Australia, or New Zealand, you'll find that many of the universities have student newspapers. And student newspapers is reaching 15,000 people, 1 million hits, something like that, okay, clicks. But in India, in journalism schools, we fail to run our student lab journal. So coming to the print, this is the condition in the J schools in the country where we fail to run our own lab journal. And we are expecting that our students will go to the industry and prepare a good copy. So we have to create a space in the J school structure where students can practice their radio, they can practice their print, can practice their television, audiovisual mediums. We have to work on that. And next is classroom practices evaluated properly and does it ensure that the students' capacity is built? It's a point we have to ponder over. As we know, Ms. Roy was talking about the marks between theory and practical, whether it should be 40 and 60. It's not like that in my understanding. It's not limited to whether it should be 40 or 60 or 60 or 40. We have to have a liberal approach, looking at the course objective, learning outcomes, and many other components, maybe referring to Bloom's taxonomy or few other models, that what can be the pattern of evaluation. It can be attendance, class participation in discussion, assignments, whether assignments will be immediately instant in the class assignment or weekly or minor assignment with few marks, major assignment, maybe a major concept writing one essay in 3,000 words or 5,000 words. Will you take written assignment or oral one? So we have to think on that. Seminar, presentation, term paper, final test, open book exam, group presentations, analysis of text, examinations, different types of examinations. We have to think on that. Then coming to the capacity building, training. So I have divided into mostly 3 parts. Capacity building in the classroom, what kind of capacity building we do, students' capacity we do in the classroom, or it's very monologue, one way of teaching process. We give the lecture, then even in the tutorial class also we give the lecture. And internship, each internship, I don't know what is the modalities of internship, how we do the internship, how industry responds to the internship, how the students respect to the internship modalities. We have to introspect on that. And then capacity building early career after joining in the industry. If their capacity will be built after joining in the industry, then how industry will pay them fee, the honorarium, that salary. So instead of giving salary, industry will say, sometimes some industries even don't accommodate freely. If students will be ready to give the free labor, industry is not ready to accommodate, because industry may appoint somebody as the mentor when they are accommodating somebody. So this is the situation. So my point is that this is the time, because we celebrated 100 years. In fact, we did one conference in 2019. Before, I think that was the first conference in the country, 100 years of education. We did a conference, South Asia conference, communication conference. So my point is that we have already completed 100 years of journalism education, not practice, 100 years of journalism education in the country. But till today, we the teachers don't know how to prepare a good curriculum. We fail to do that. Sorry to say that. This is the right time to introspect and work on it. With this, I stop. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Professor Das, for talking so in depth about the curriculum, capacity building, and also showing the importance of internship, that is a practical experience before they graduate, and also about how the curriculum should be a balance of theory and practice and should be multidisciplinary, and the content of the curriculum that you have emphasized is really very, very insightful. So now we come to the, thank you so much, Professor Das, again for your presentation, and we would again come back to you when we have the students questions and interaction. At last, I thank all the panelists who have delivered various, they have actually presented various insights into the different aspects of the curriculum of the quality education in journalism. And we all realize how important it is to think about the journalism education and curriculum per se, and how we look at the profession with a renewed kind of a lens, so that we can realize that what needs to be done and how to make this profession a more responsible one, looking at the importance of journalism in forming the public opinion from a very tender age of all the youths across countries. We all know that how it is significant in all our lives, and how the proper responsible journalism can go a long way in a democracy, or in for that matter in any kind of government. So now we come to the discussion interaction session. So now the forum is open for discussion and interaction. I would invite queries from the participants, audience, from students, research scholars who are constituting the audience today. So any questions? Yes, there is Mr. Aniruddha Jena has raised a hand. So could you unmute yourself and please speak, Mr. Aniruddha?
Am I audible?
Please be louder.
Okay. So my question. Okay, 1 second. Yeah. So thank you so much for the opportunity. In fact, I asked the same question in the first session, but I believe it did not get the due attention. So I can understand why it did not get the attention. Hence, I'll raise the same question here in a more particular way that is relevant to the larger discussion that we have had in this session. And maybe Professor Das, Professor Sen, Patnaik and Das can reflect on it. In the first session, Professor Maitya Chaudhary was very critical of the kind of communication and journalism education that we are surrounded with and why it is not meeting the usual academic standards with strong and critical theoretical, conceptual and underpinnings. Okay. And I also, as a student of communication and media studies, also share the same kind of understanding of contemporary communication and media studies in the country and more so in the state of Odisha. My question is about the why and how questions of communication, journalism, education. Most importantly, universities and the larger intellectual traditions, particularly within social sciences in the state, need to be questioned why communication and journalism education are not recognized and why it is looked down upon as a mere foster child in universities and institute setup. Why can communication and journalism be considered as a proper academic field of inquiry? Why it is that the academic veracity of scrutinizing communication, journalism, education when universities and institutes are not recognizing the academic rigor and potential of disciplines in the field of inquiry of communication journalism? It is just because that communication within social science is under-theorized and within communication itself is on-theorized? Or maybe media is being the self-proclaimed fourth pillar of democracy, and that is why it is easy to criticize it from left, right, center. But what about other social science disciplines like sociology, economics, political science, and so on? Are these academic disciplines coming under rampant academic scrutiny, considering their academic importance and how far they have effectively addressing issues, questions, and politics of social justice? It is much easier to just compartmentalize communication and journalism education and training, or just as a mere vocational course, as one of the panelists in the morning session pointed that, and vehemently rejected the philosophical, theoretical research traditions of communication and media studies. But that is a very reductionist and naive understanding of the field. So that is my question. If some of the panelists can throw some light, it would be great. Thank you.
So thank you for raising this question. Now, would you like to identify the speaker?
Professor Das.
Okay.
Unmute yourself.
Please unmute.
I think there are a lot of clarifications to be made in today's entire presentations. One is that when we talk about journalism, probably we do not deal with journalism per se. Journalism is actually not the monopoly of the industry. Let me threadbare say it here. Actually, they're talking about news. They're not talking about journalism. Journalism is an institution. It has to be addressed as an institution. It also amounts a kind of a labor, journalistic labor, which is engaged in it. That is what you're talking about, a journalist. And that's a journalistic labor. And in the entire discourse, have you ever heard that in any institutions ever we talked about can be a labor perspective of understanding journalism? Now, what has happened to the profession? I mean, if we are not talking about a labor, bringing the idea of a labor perspective, and suddenly when pandemic comes, you're all scared, what happened? So many journalists died. It is so silly, I would say. And I have already I talked about even pandemic, and also a labor orientation and perspective would give you a disciplinary orientation to understand journalism. And that is missing completely, because my interest lies when I'm writing. Currently, I'm writing for a volume as well. If you go back to the first Press Commission report and the second Press Commission report, and if you have a look at these reports, you will be surprised to know that it is only the association of journalists controlled by the houses. They are representing as members, not the journalist anywhere. So there are discussions about ways, there are discussions about all kinds of securities and social amenities. Rarely a journalist is anywhere being addressed. So that is where labor perspective is very important to engage. That's number one. And that is where, when you talk about journalism, you need to address diverse issues rather than talking about it. So that's number one. So this is where new journalism and news. Secondly, you find recently there is a much discussions about literacy, media literacy. And it is also in a way to scuttle the entire debate, getting into a literacy, like you talk about media literacy, computer literacy, then you talk about digital literacy. In the entire process, you completely valorize the idea of pedagogies. So when you talk about literacy and pedagogy, you need to be very clear. What Bidu was saying, that you need to be thorough on pedagogies, not about literacy. So literacy is a fancy word. Media literacy completely missed the bus once computer literacy came. Now you talk about digital literacy. So it's a much more fashionable argument. In fact, my concluding chapter deals with technology and pedagogy. So that is where suddenly you talk about technology, what Sunetra has been referring to, that ultimately it is pedagogy which matters. A teacher is mediating between two systems. A student is a system, a teacher is a system, motors. In fact, Nicholas Luhmann rightly points out that it is not that easy to comprehend and understand each other. And what a negotiation, kind of a dramaturgic effects and so on. Anyway, now coming back to Anirudh's, I totally agree. In fact, it all started in the whole discipline, interdisciplinarity started in Chicago in 1930s and 40s. And this is where you find that Robert Ezra Park, who actually began in Chicago University, a journalism course, and where it was more about, bringing how through newspaper you can sort of try to forge a sense of community. Of course, there are a lot of disagreements. Like I follow Pranto and what he was talking about it. That look, a technology sort of trying to forging a sense of community. And as if, how can you construct a community on the basis of technology? It's silly, because this is where what he was talking about, that what William Carey writes about in Communication and Culture, that you can't. It's a settlement societies. They had their own problems. In a civilizational society, there would be a different problem. What Bidu was talking about, culture, is communicative itself. You don't need to bring an alien factor like technology to communicate. So culture and communication, when you refer, you need to understand that culture itself is communicative. In England, till 70s, there was no mass communication course at all. I mean, these were basically located in Polytechnic. They were located in Polytechnic. It was culture. In fact, what he was talking about, Richard Hogarth and Stuart Hall, even Richard Johnson, you see, Richard Hogarth is an English guy, but Stuart Hall is a sociologist. You find all sociologists have immensely contributed in bringing the idea of communication. So culture is communicative. Through culture, they were sort of trying to locate idea and understanding about community, class, culture, codes, everything in societies. Now, coming to journalism, Chicago started an interdisciplinary program. It failed because it had a project in mind. That was the war and the propaganda. And that is where you find started, in fact, Robert Maynard Hutchins, who was actually the Hutchins Commission report. He was the president of Chicago University. Under his patronage, you find that Chicago started. But along with the Second World War was over, there was no taker. There was a complete decline of interdisciplinarity. So there was a reuse of interdisciplinarity. Now coming, then desperately looking for, there was no taker. Ultimately, it was information, library science. They took over this department, and subsequently Wilbur Schramm, you know, that how sort of tried to give a new nomenclature, mass communications and so on. But in India, the idea of UGC's compartmentalization and bringing journalism as a discipline created major problems. And the people, those who were in the helm of affair, in designing course and curriculum, they ruined, there was a whole ruse of imagination in the journalism course because they made it much more a kind of a training centered. And secondly, what was required, I mentioned earlier, at development. 50s is a time where actually you require laborers, journalistic labor, you require for the film industry. And this is where UNESCO, IMC, these institutions are coming up because a growing, developing country requires manpower. And that's where you need trained journalists. You don't need teachers. You don't need educators. You need journalists. That was the purpose how IMC was created, FTI Pune was created, and that is where it was a mandate for fulfilling the manpower of the country. That was in 50s. Still our teaching and training in the institutions goes on how to handle technology, even a camera, or even we still go because our understanding is lack of access. Lack of access. Still we live in a world of lack of access because this is where from a what we say that from a scarcity to abundance. You know, we started with media scarcity. This is where global projects started, like USAID's what we call media assistance programs. Like they would like to assist you in media, give you more transfer of technology, part of modernization. Thesis, they were dumping technologies. These were 50s. Still, our curriculum has not been modernized. We still remain. In fact, our children teach us about media. Even that we are de-skilled in media because I can't handle properly the mobile. My child tells me that how to use mobile technology. So today, children are much more media literate, and you are not going to teach them about how to handle media. The question is move from a scarcity to an abundance. The issue is the questions will be completely different. The questions will be completely different. When there will be a sense of inequity, I think the questions should be completely different. How to address? I mean, information is not knowledge. They may have information, but that is not knowledge. So the question is how to decipher information and have knowledge. That is important. Now, media pedagogy, the question is, what do you teach in media education? What do you teach in media education? You, on the one hand, teach them aesthetics about media, how to handle media, how to produce a good program. At the same time, you tell them, no, these are violent contents. Don't see it. These are very bad. So this is a paradox in which media education lives with. On the one hand, you say that, look, teach them aesthetics. On the other hand, you teach them, no, don't create. Then you say that, look, I'm actually trying to understand the aesthetics of violence. I mean, violence is created right there, reported right there. You do not teach them to critically assess and analyze and interrogate those violence. That it is not about messages regarding violence. Messages themselves are violent in nature. In fact, we have seen the coverage of Godra. We have seen the coverage of all kinds of Holocaust, which we see how media reporting. For instance, gender. Now, women, we see how women media represents women in the media. I mean, how gender is represented in the media. Now, do we teach women or the journalists to be conscious about production and circulation of images? Like today, technology, you find has become very handy. Now, do you teach them that, look, when you shoot the program, before you send to Bombay, and from Bombay it goes to Hong Kong to be, beamed across the world through Star TV, can there be a site of resistance at the site of production? Like, look, I'm a woman, I know that how I'm being portrayed in television, I must stop. I should not allow such images to go in the screen. And can I create a site of resistance? Do you teach such kind of things? We actually teach them to be market savvy. We teach them, and that is what we call it practice. That is what we call it a practice. It is silly. I mean, I don't think we ever make them conscious. First of all, it is not about theory and practice that has been misled. I think it is about how you induct without saying it is theory. Behind every practice, there is a theory. Every practice, there is a theory. You can't undermine theory. And secondly, do you make the women conscious? I mean, ultimately, you say, well, I'm just a worker, I don't know, but ultimately, what is being represented or reported in the newspaper or television, I have no control over it. This is a helplessness. I mean, what scholars across the world and activists have been working, trying to show that, like you look at Boeing industry in France, the entire the Air France workers, they went on a strike. It affected economy. Australia, telecommunication workers, they put off all the cables. So suddenly people made free calls across the world. I'm saying the workers' resistance. So the question arises, can there be a unity of workers in the media sector to create a site of resistance? No, because the hierarchy, if you look at, from a hawker who serves you a newspaper at your doorstep to a computer graduate who is working in the media sector, look at the hierarchy and the labor. So this is what it remains. When you talk about media sector, you also need to understand the labor at different sectors. So the question is, we need to understand more and more seriously about media labor. So this cannot be resolved. Now, if you go and talk to a journalist about labor, he will slap you. He'll say that, how dare you say labor? I'm a worker. So this is a pity. They don't understand actually what is a labor is a larger issue. Labor is a larger issue. And today they do not realize that they have been completely, look at the kind of conditions in which they work. I mean, today 24/7, even no guarantee. In fact, what you have been talking about pandemic, I think in Delhi, I forgot, she made a presentation on pandemic, the death of journalists. She has made a report. What happened to the journalism and the journalistic labor during the pandemic itself? Nobody talks about it. Are the journalists talking about it? I know I have met so many journalists, and they do not talk about the inner workings of their industry and organization. They're extremely silent, but they have audacity to talk about everything on culture, society, but they cannot speak about their organization. We do not see much writings coming up on the organization. We do not see, because like I see in America or any other parts, I find that there is at least a systematic way of data which is available. If you want to go and interview a journalist or a Times of India, you have to seek permission, then you have to give a report. It's a kind of a very, very patronized way of doing research. So I think this is where the problem lies for social science. So social science has an edge over it in that sense, because we are not accountable to an organization. So that is the difference. You need to think about it. Unless you move and question the model of journalism, this is where a revenue-driven journalism, a profit-driven journalism industry, to take it to the people. So I think this is where the future lies in. I will stop here.
Thank you so much, sir. I think Anirudh.
May I add one point to answer this question?
Sir,
yeah. In fact, it's more about the response in the morning, more about the management related question. Okay, I will not go to the academics. Professor Das has responded to that. As the alumni of the Department of Media and Department from Utkal University, I said that it's the responsibility of the alumni. So the department has produced more than 600 students, if you think maybe more than 500 students in the last 20 years. Okay. In today's panel, there are two alumni in my information. Today, Professor Satpathy was there, Mr. Satpathy, Rajaram Satpathy was there in the morning session. I am here from the department. So have we ever thought to discuss it with the authority? Have we ever written anything on this issue on any media? Have we made our alma mater? So I think it's not the authority who is responsible. As the alumni of the department, I take that responsibility, and I understand that mostly the alumni, and I know out of these 500 people who are trained by the department from Utkal University, you can say maybe more than 100 people in the media house and all the leading media house in the state. So have they raised these issues and concerns? So it's the time to think how we can contribute to the university as the alumni. That is our responsibility, number one. Number two, if you look at the broader picture, the state level picture, whether it's the Berhampur University or any other university. So up to last few years, couple of years, the condition was very bad, you know that. Okay. And I say that because I always take the responsibility as a teacher, I take the responsibility. I understand. And this is the problem with the teachers community. Okay. I don't blame the authority. I don't blame the administration. Okay. So how we have taken this issue seriously, that matters, number one. Number two, coming to the labor issue, Professor Das told, that is very interesting to curriculum also. It's not limited to journalistic labor. It's also extended to the students' labor.
Yeah.
We design in the private universities, we design the course curriculum in such a way, we keep fourth semester or the last semester without any teaching course. We send, I'm not taking any name of any university here. We send our students to the industry. Students will give free labor to the industry, learn there, create a space for them, and we will show that in our record, placement record, that these number of students are placed. So how we design the curriculum? It's not limited to journalistic labor. It's also extended to students' labor. We don't value students' labor. How many internships they should do? In fact, in last discussion with Professor Das in our school, we are discussing a lot about how many internships they should do. Whether the past internship that means they will learn anything from the past internship or not. So then we talk to the students. How we design the curriculum, that impacts a lot. Yeah. Hope I have responded to your question, Anirudh.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you so much, sir. Any other queries from the audience, from the participants? Yes, Akshata Arun, please. You can unmute yourself and please ask. Akshata? Please unmute yourself and you can ask the question. Did you raise your hand by mistake? I think maybe it's a mistake or a network connection is maybe disturbed.
I think, let me, madam, let me say just a few more lines. Today, the idea of news and journalism has been well found out or even realized in US itself. That the model of journalism which has been practiced for last couple of centuries is at odds, in the sense that, in fact, John Neron talks about that journalism is nothing but another form of ism. When you say journalism, says that it is another form of ism, like socialism, capitalism, and so on. So it says that it is another kind of ism which has been. So it very interestingly says it has brewed in England, matured in US, exported all over the world, and people have subscribed to that idea of what a journalism is. So now scholars have been really critically engaging at the cost of neglecting cultural sensibilities in the local contexts. I mean, I'm currently writing, and when I'm writing in even the South Asian context, I'm actually reflecting on that. Why should I follow an Anglo-Saxon model of journalism? Why should I follow an Anglo-Saxon journalism? If you look at, I'm reading currently, this is actually a lecture which was delivered by one of the early journalists who delivered a lecture in England. I mean, spending years in India practicing the early journalists and going and addressing that how there is an Anglo-Saxon orientation of how the Englishman came and told you how to write, as if there was no journalism in the South Asia subcontinent. So this is where we need to fall into the trap of writing in a particular style. And that is where we have never seriously thought of questioning. In fact, if you see, I have earlier also presented the whole Mughal tradition. You find that there was a strong tradition of newsletter and journalistic practices. In fact, this is if somebody sees the medieval forms of communication, there is a book which has come out, Margaret Purnew and this Stephens historian who worked on early medieval newspapers. You find that there is a lot of research which is going on to the history. I think what is missing today, that in our discipline in journalism, our understanding of sense of history is chronology. That is a blunder which has been done, in journalism. So we only study journalism as a political event. Like in 1945, this act came. In 1946, this act came. I remember when I was writing on radio, when I was after my finishing my doctorate, I was interested. My supervisor told me that you have not looked at radio in your fieldwork area. Then I went to archives and I started looking at radio. Then when I read any textbooks and looked at the way radio has been debated, I was shocked that I said that how silly that the journalism literature does not understand what are the different ways to formulate and question about history. And this is where subsequently I went to England and I worked in India Office Records and collected, and I wrote about the 1924 to 47, that whole period, kind of a radio, early foundations of radio, history of radio. It can be a business history, it can be an economic history, it can be an institutional history. There are different ways that you can write about institutions. That has never been addressed. And today, for your information, I would like to submit that more historians are doing excellent work in the media rather than the media scholars. I mean, more historians, because they have access to the literature. In fact, you see Chris Bailey's book on Empire and Information, an eminent Cambridge historian writing about skilling and de-skilling. In fact, he's writing skilling and de-skilling of communications. He's writing that from 16th century in India. He's talking about the Brahmins who were the knowledge worker, the Brahmins who had the knowledge. So they were the knowledge labor. And how over a period of time the skilling and de-skilling takes place in Indian context. I mean, there are students informed about, so that it provides a larger, wider horizon to their knowledge. They know and understand rather than only knowing about editing and reporting. I mean, you see, it's like a polytechnic. It is not a disciplinary orientation. That's what I said. It has failed miserably, in fact, the journalism. It's not about opening up issues. So curriculum, what Bidhu was saying, that, you see, it should be learner-centered, subject-centered, project-bound centered. You need to stretch it, the whole expansion of how you do it. Then you address. Then the question arises that you said,
yes, that's right. What related question also,
Okay.
kind of a remark is also there from the audience. That is, there is acknowledging the coexistence of media education and media training under the same roof. Why are the faculty development program modules designed to contribute a little to the practical upskilling of concerned faculties while being partial to the theoretical growth? Media training in most GMC schools is often like the foster child of media practice and media education. So she has actually made a remark rather than a question.
I think
so, but the question that is implicitly raised is why there is a little practical upskilling of the concerned faculties and why there is a more focus on the theory. So in most of the faculty development programs. So I think it is open to all the panelists.
It is about education. When you are talking about media education, the question is, it is not about taking theory and practice. You are taking an educational perspective. I think it is a misnomer. I think people misunderstand. immediately they make it a theory and practice. In fact, those who criticize theory, as academic with no practical application to journalism, overlook the fact that theories or ways of understanding always inform practice. Journalists need to understand the theoretical premise that guide their work. Journalism schools already subscribe uncritically to a theoretical framework that informs even the most practical courses. The problem is that these theories are rarely made explicit. They're rarely called into question. And when they're identified at all, they're rarely presented in the context of competing alternative theories. The conventional theoretical framework is comprised of, even among other beliefs, the democratic theory of the press. Everybody is talking about democracy. How silly that if you are on the one hand, you are talking about market, at the same time, you want to afford the idea of democracy. No journalist would love a democracy. In fact, if you go to Michael Sudson says, if you ask a journalist, does he like the idea of democracy? This is another myth I would like to demystify. See, Sudson says that no journalist would like to have an idea of democracy. Why the hell? You see, if you look at the entire media courses, it is democracy has been imposed on us. Journalistic freedom does not confine to the idea of democracy, because our public, we have a kind of a mystified value that look, because you see, otherwise nobody will read your newspaper. Nobody will read your newspaper. The moment you slip out of the hands of democracy, nobody will read your newspaper. You talk about democracy, democratic ideals. You are taking a political stand. You are taking a political orientation to understand journalism. So this is where news and democracy needs to be revisited. In fact, it is not an informed, we are not supposed, you see, I'll tell you, my teacher, when I was doing my undergrad in Fokrimon College, my teacher, Bidhu Das, who subsequently became an income tax, I think he joined Times of India, left and joined income tax as a revenue officer. He's retired, but I admire him a lot. He always told me about this particular example, teaching political science in my BA days, along with my literature background. So he told me that in England, this Morning Star, Noon Star, and Evening Star. And Dalton, who was a finance minister, he was preparing the budget. The journalist visits Dalton and asks him, is there any taxation on cigarette? So Dalton said that, well, you will know it in the Evening Star. Then the journalist invited him for a stroll in the seesaw. And when they were having a walk in the seesaw, the journalist offered him a cigarette. So Dalton gave a faint smile. The journalist immediately packed up and left. Now, when Dalton was going to present the budget, there is an uproar in the opposition with the newspaper, taxation on cigarette.
Thank you, sir.
What I'm trying to say is that when you talk about news and democracy, media and democracy, we are talking about there is already an informed citizenry, as citizen or as conscious as the politicians or anybody for that matter. But here we live in a society where our citizens are to be informed. So this is a difference in media and democracy. We need to revisit the relationship. We still are haunted with the idea. And what happened after Dalton got to know that it has been exposed in the newspaper? He immediately said that I want to resign. But Prime Minister Attlee, who was the Labour government, Prime Minister Attlee said that no. First you read the budget. He said, no way, let me. And that is an ethical question. He said that, look, I need to resign. And he subsequently resigned and joined Tel Aviv as a professor of finance. And he has written on money. In fact, Dalton as a great economist. So what I'm trying to say is that you need to understand the ethical questions there. Ethics. At the same time, a journalist, he is performing his role. He's trying to understand the body language of the minister and then got to know from certain that, look, but this is the democracy and another democracy in which we live. Here, much before the budget is out, at least 7 days, 10 days before, your hoarding starts. So everybody knows that there will be a taxation on this, there will be a taxation. So this is what we live. So let's not talk about, when we talk about, we need to understand, first of all, these concepts, we need to revisit and rethink about it. You see, this is what I'm saying. See, theory and practice, let's not make a kind of a distinctions. I mean, you are talking about human resource, the training.
Thank you so much, sir. I think any other panelists who would like to throw light more on this topic, like the upskilling and all?
Yes, let me share my viewpoint on it.
I think there are a lot of questions lined up. So
Just
we can
in one or two sentences, I want to tell. In fact, the theory part in communication studies or journalism is the contribution from different disciplines, including technocrats, number one. So in that sense, if you look at the journalism and relating to theory relating to journalism, it's the byproduct of the product. Byproduct of the content, byproduct of the journalism. So out of consumption and production of journalism or the content, all the theories are developed. We have to understand that. So there should not be any tussle between theory and practice. As Professor Das said, we have to understand how to teach students connecting both theory and practice.
Absolutely.
And without saying that this is the theory tablet and this is the practical syrup.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That is really, that is actually right. And there is another last question that we would like to take up from Mr. Ramchandra Behera. He has raised a hand. Would you please unmute yourself and quickly tell us your question?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible now?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Ramachandra Behera from ST and SC Research and Training Institute, Bhubaneswar. So I have queries related to journalism and democracy. So that is, despite numerous news channels and thousands of magazines publication, along with various web portals in India, still there is very low news coverage in many remote areas that receives little coverage in the national medias of India. So how can we strengthen the fourth pillar of Indian democratic base as these impediments are increasing nowadays?
Thank you for your question. I would like any one of the panelists to please address this question.
I think Sunetra, Pranto, where are they? They should speak about it.
I think Sunetra ma'am and we had Kasturi ma'am, any of the panelists take up this question. We also have Professor Pratik Patnaik. Would you like to take up? I think are they there or they are not there, I think. Any other panelists who would like to take up this question?
I think the question is...
They have left.
Yeah, I think what is the issue of priority for a newspaper and television? What is the issue of priority for a newspaper? I mean, here you are not alone. In fact, Northeast and all different parts, even Odisha, or even women, if you see in a newspaper, everybody is claiming for a space in the newspaper. Everybody is claiming for a space. And if, in fact, the whole women's struggle, if you look at, a long struggle to locate itself in the newspaper has come a long way. Even it is a pity that today, even if you see the women's coverage in a newspaper, it comes along with the kind of other news stories like rape, violence, and all kinds of silly, because as if there is nothing to talk about women and development, right? So we know about it. Now, when you say that we are doing something national, Northeast every day beating drums and saying that why Northeast does not figure in newspaper. See, newspaper has a different logic of selling. Newspaper believes in a revenue, because you are talking about a newspaper which believes in a completely a revenue model. It's a revenue model of subscription. Why newspaper would give priority to what you are doing? See what sells, where they would like to have more and more sponsorship. Accordingly, newspaper will run around. It is from the very beginning a paid newspaper, because every moment, because you see advertisement on the one hand, then the tender, which the government tender, advertisement. That is why a newspaper has been made so reasonable price to subsidize to give it to you. Otherwise, a newspaper you can't afford. Imagine Times of India is literally like a textbook, like a 60-page, 40-page newspaper. Do you know the cost of a newsprint? And coming in a very subsidized price in 2 rupees. If you ask, they will even give you 3. That's a symbolic, a token amount they have kept it, so that people start reading. Otherwise, people will lose hopes on newspaper. Even today, we live in a fragmented audience and viewers. Suddenly, you find that today is more and more, you find that it's becoming more fragmented. Now, obviously, in that to fight and say that, look, why my news is not coming, you need to do advocacy. And that is what you need to do, advocacy. You go and sit every day in Doordarshan Bhubaneswar office and say, ki, sir, mera kara dijiye, mera korai diye, se chapi debe. Se kab ho 5 minute debi ni 2 minute ro gote bite debi. You see, 2 minute ro apon bite pai jibe. So everybody is dying for bites today. You see, why you want? The question is, why you want to be shown in television? That also you need to question yourself. Why you bother? Why bother? If you are doing good work, one day it will be recognized. But why suddenly? All NGOs are doing that. I have done a study on HIV/AIDS. ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆପଣ HIV/AIDS ଡେ ହୁଏ, ଆପଣ ଦେଖିବେ ସବୁ NGO ଗୁଡା ସବୁ ମାନେ ଗୋଟେ ରିଲିଜିୟସଲି ସବୁ କଭରେଜ ହୁଏ ନ୍ୟୁଜ ପେପରରେ। ଆପଣ ଦେଖିବେ, ପଢିବେ ସେ ଟାଇଟଲ, ଆଉ ସେ NGO ବାଲା ସେତେବେଳେ ବୁଝନ୍ତିନି ଯେ କଣ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି ତାଙ୍କ ବିଷୟରେ ନ୍ୟୁଜ ରିପୋର୍ଟିଂ। They are very happy that it is being covered. They are very happy. I made an analysis of the news texts. Then I realized that how the civil society engagement with media. Indore, I went to a journalist. When I was doing with a journalist, why they write like that in the newspaper. So
absolutely, sir. Yes, we are actually running short of time. It's time to wrap up. And so there are few remarks and there are some questions which I think the convener or we can request Dr. Tanaya to please send these queries to the individual panelists for addressing them at a later time, as we are coming to the close of this session. And I think we had a very interesting and engaging session with different aspects of the curriculum of quality journalism had been discussed to the details. And we had a galaxy of the panelists who threw light on several different aspects of the quality journalism communication, as well as the profession and the nitty-gritties of it all. So we profusely thank all our panelists and thank you so much for this engaging deliberation. And now over to Sasmita for now, for the closing session.
Thank you so much, Professor Vasudhi Patnaik, for moderating this second session of the day. I welcome the forum Register Utkal University for his valedictory address.
Am I audible? Good afternoon, everybody. And recently just I joined because I had so much meeting today. I'm really sorry for that, and really I'm honored to participate in such a good webinar, and where so many learned speakers, I heard some of them for the last 1 hour. It is really a nice program, and I feel extremely happy that the Utkal University's Department of Sociology has taken this courage to organize such a good webinar. And in the meantime, also what I learned that 16 such webinars have already been conducted all over the globe, and Utkal University is one among them. So it's a great thing for all of us. One thing I tell to everybody, because for a long time I have worked in Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan and Rashtriya Madhyamika Shiksha Abhiyan, and I was also additional director of PEPA, because I have linked with this education, and subsequently I became the registrar of this university. I have heard many such good journalists when I was in JNA. And every day that was a common practice in JNU that after the dinner, many good people, good talkers and many journalists, they were coming and they were discussing on a topic. And this topic has been discussed so many times. How much education a journalist should acquire? And what should be the minimum qualification of a journalist? How educated one journalist should be? I think the maximum education if somebody requires, that is a journalist. Because they inspire the public opinion. Whatever I will read in the tomorrow morning, that is decided by a journalist. What shall I see in the next day morning TV, that is decided by a journalist. So they should be the highly qualified persons, because those who have the power to inspire, to change the public opinion, they should be the highly educated people, and more education should be imparted to them. Because education is such a thing which is no alternative. Everything has alternative, but education has no alternative. If you don't eat roti, you can eat bhata. If you don't wear this kapda, then you can wear dhoti. Everything has alternative, I think, but education has no alternative. Jar शिक्षा नहीं से किसी जानी नहीं बोली जाने दरकार. This is a very good topic, and I am really happy that such a topic has been chosen. And I have heard some of the speakers, all are very learned, and I am especially thankful to Tanaya Manti and Ravindra Garuda and Abhinita Ratha, Sasmita and others who have arranged this good webinar. And this Utkal, on behalf of the Utkal University, I thank you all, and I hope that such type of webinar should continue in order to create a good sense of inspiration among all these people who are working on this line. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Now I welcome Dr. Tanaya Mahanti to this forum for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now it's time to wrap up. So on behalf of the Department of Sociology, Utkal University, I would profusely thank Professor Verika Rupert, Megan Leach, Karen Donovan from Team World Journalism Education Council and UNESCO for their support and for taking every minute details that needs to be done. Then secondly, I would thank our Vice Chancellor, Professor Savita Acharya, our Registrar Sir, Professor Dr. Abhay Kumar Nayak, our Chairperson PG Council, Professor Basant Malik, Professor Bhaswati Patnaik for moderating the second session, and most important, our resource person, Professor Biswajit Das, Professor Maitri Chaudhary, Professor Minal Chatterjee, Professor B.K. Malik, Professor Sumitra Sen, Narayan, Dr. Rajaram Sethi, Mr. Sanjeev Misra, Ms. Kasturi Rai, Dr. Pranta Pratik Patnaik, Dr. Vibhu Singh Das, and Jayanti Gurda. Thank you for such an amazing talk to all of you. The support that was extended by Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, and a great thanks to their esteemed faculty member Ramakanta Mahananda and his students for their eager participation in this program. And all the staff of Computer Center for providing us with technical support. Heartiest thanks to all our friends from media, my colleagues, Professor Navnita Rath, Dr. Ravindra Gada, Mr. Smita Soren, host of this roundtable. I mean, I would have made it possible without paying help. Then we have our Roma Panudas, our guest faculty members gave their complete support. And then all my research scholars, and a special thanks to Mr. Vishnu Prasad Mahar, who in fact he took away all worries from me and he shouldered all the responsibility. The students who taught me with numerous hands, Urmila, Archita, oh my God. Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can I ask a question now?
Yes.
Thank you. So my question is, how can, like the discussion is, how can social media ensure social justice? What is the role of media to ensure in ensuring social justice? But now we are increasingly seeing that page 3 is sidelining issues of national importance. So in this scenario, how can we expect the role of the media to be in favor of covering important issues? Well, thank you. Sorry, can I again?
No.
We have too many enthusiastic speakers, sir. So
Sorry?
maybe we have so many enthusiastic, students who still want the interaction to continue. Sir, would you like to take this question?
You see, I just want to say, because when you use such big terms like social justice, the question arises that you need to understand that we have moved away from media as a public good to marketplace of ideas. Now let me explain what is a shift from a welfare state where media, like any other social good, media is also public good as a kind of subsidy by the state which provided. But from 90s onwards, there is a major shift. Now media is just like a marketplace of ideas. You can go to the market, you can buy it, you can buy mobile technology access. You find that suddenly media is a marketplace of ideas. The problem is when our world has moved to the market, we still remain in a shroud of what you call the welfarist vision about state. That is a problem. There is a mismatch between our media and our democratic polity. This is the context, because we think that media cannot be simply given to the hands of the market, because we need to see that how media should behave responsibly, and that is called public interest. And that is called public interest. And that is why we are talking about social justice. We are talking about media should strengthen what you call media democratic rights. You talk about media democracy. This is where the idea of justice framework comes. That comes because we need to strengthen. Suddenly we realize that media is losing its ground. Media is no more doing the job which it should do. And that is where we need to more and more do advocacies and try to strengthen the state. That state has nothing to do with it. State has completely handed over to the market, and this is where it gets a lot of FDIs and revenue. So why state should bother about media? Imagine newspaper and your cinema from the very beginning were commercial. It's not under control, except radio and television. Even that also the state has handed over. Today, look at television, what has happened. So now the question is, now we should claim more for social justice. Or you talk about, bring more about media rights. This is where the issues will come up in the future years that we demand more and more. In fact, you find that how to ensure that you can only ensure that once you bring it again, the idea of public systems. The idea is that you need to strengthen public systems. You're saying how to ensure? You can only ensure by strengthening a public service, by strengthening public service. And that is what if you find in the Scandinavian countries, you find there is a tremendous pressure to strengthen what you call values. They call it media value. They call it values. You need to have values in media. And that is where now scholars have been working in Europe and everywhere. They're continuously monitoring. And this is where they're talking about values. Because the world is now polarized in terms of commercial values and public values. And this is where we talk about strengthening more about public values. So social justice, the issue will come up when you strengthen the idea of public value. I'll stop here.
Thank you, sir, for the extra paces that you had in answering our students. I was, in fact, in the middle of my votes of thanks and lost connection and some of this question cropped up. So, but thank you, sir. Thank you for, engaging the entire session and special thanks to you. Anyway. So I was just trying to thank our research scholar team, Vishnu Prasad Mahapatra, who actually in fact took all troubles in making all arrangements, and all my students who in fact bestowed with me numerous hands. Urmila Sahu, Archita, Rahul Mohanty, Chandrika, Adyasa, Kamalakanta, Manoj, Sumitra, Poonam for being with me there all through. And thank you all to all the participants who still have questions, who still, they don't want to stop. I think, Akshata, you can ask, you can take Vishwajit sir's email address and you can get your questions answered. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. And I think we will need to wrap up this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.